Hey everybody, Mark again here, Weatherman Plus. We're going to be live tracking this storm all night, hopefully all day, all night tomorrow as well. There is a lot of new things to go through. Like not only for the eye wall is actually getting bigger on this storm, which means that it's actually going to be a thicker area of storm surge that's going to be coming when it comes on land. Instead of a smaller area, it's going to be a bigger area. So we definitely have that to look forward to, as well as all this banding that's going on with this system. All these have great potential to become all a chance for a tornado, every single one of those cells. So we have that to look forward to as well. So there's a lot going on tonight. How y'all all doing today? And another thing to go through real quick. Power outages. Power outages is going to be bad. It's going to be all the way up to right above Tampa, all the way towards Orlando, and it's going to come all the way around by Cape Coral. Right here in this area is going to be widespread power outages. Then it's slowly going to trickle around Florida, around this area, to where some of y'all have power outages, some of y'all will not. Either way you look at it, it's not going to be a good scenario for everybody. It's really going to be an awful night. Sorry I took so long to get on. Hope y'all can hear everything okay. I tried sleeping. I couldn't. So I just couldn't get that part done. I really tried. And family guy, so it's really hard to get to that way. But it is looking a little bit like a sharper turn. Did y'all see the latest flooding that we have? Hi, everybody. Good evening to you all. Did you see the latest maps on what we have as far as the flooding? That part is a bit concerning to me. Without just being settled, I'm here for you guys. I got my sound on. Well, I got my sound on. You can hear me now? No sound?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Maybe the sound is off on the second one. Let me check that. There we go. Now you can hear me on this one. So the Florida, let me get this around for you so you can see what I'm seeing. So the Florida power has gone greatly down to 26,000, and the flooding is 20 inches plus on this whole pink section, just like we saw with the Icon model earlier. So that is going to be an issue. I'm going to put my Twitter in there later, because later on we're going to look at some videos and some feed that's coming through, and that's the only way we can really see it together. But I will make sure that y'all have everything that I'm looking at, so we can look at it together. I can show it to you once, but more than once, you pretty much abusing the content. Did y'all hear anything that I said about the bigger eye wall and the bigger storm surge area that we're going to be having now? Instead of a smaller area with a bigger eye wall, it's going to cover more of an area with this storm surge. You didn't hear that part? We're over here, the eye of Ian is starting to grow even bigger. Now that at the same time, it could weaken the storm a little bit. I'm still showing some dry air, still gets in it right at landfall. But this also makes a bigger eye to where you have a bigger section of storm surge that's going to be coming over Florida. So instead of it being a smaller section where it'd be somewheres by Cape Coral below by Bonita Springs, it can stretch all the way from Cape Coral all the way down to Naples because it's a bigger section because it has a bigger eye wall. So we definitely got to look out for that. Plus all the banding from each one of these cells could easily turn into a tornado. They're going to be spinning towards Miami, and then as the night progresses, they're going to be going more northern like they are now, like towards Palm Beach. Then as this tightens up a little bit past midnight, these bands that you see coming down from Cuba are going to be stretching over southwestern Florida. So this is all going to move around a little bit as the night goes, but we will keep up with it all. This is going to be life-threatening storm surge. The power outages, I expect to see maybe by tomorrow morning a big red thumb right here. Just a lot of power outages. So we're trying to get to everybody before the power outages happen because they need as much information as possible. So what I'm going to do is take my link and I'll put it in the chat so you can follow my Twitter. My previous Twitter was, of course, my bigger Twitter, but I downgraded this computer so that it can be compatible with this computer, so I can do things with this computer. It was a little complicated, but in the process, I lost my old Twitter. So I started a new Twitter, and I'm going to put this in the description so you can follow my Twitter as we go through the night, because I will be retweeting things that I show you from what we see out there on the field as people bring videos in for us. Now, right now we have 6 up to 3. How many tornadoes warnings? 3 tornado warnings. Got 3 tornado warnings right at the moment. Just give me 1 second. Let me go through this. Expires in 16 minutes. Expires in 16 minutes. All right. Has anybody had any sleep tonight? Y'all had any sleep with all that going on over y'all over there? Because that is a lot going on over there. So let me cover this. Is anybody in a trailer or an RV that you are in the impacts of this storm? Because that right there, you need to really think about trying to get into a shelter, because it will be bad for you. It's going to be too bad for a mobile home, an RV, anything small like that is not anchored down really is going to turn out to be a bad situation. Yeah, I saw Jim Cantori say that about Punta. Exactly the same track as Charlie, not a Cat 5. Exactly the same track. And they did go in and fly in and pick up on some winds. So let's see what they got on the latest reconnaissance. 93 miles per hour winds going east. A lot of 70s. So far 93, and 93, guys, puts it back to a Cat 2. So the widening of the eye, 76, the widening of the eye is weakening this system, 81. So we got 90 and we got 93. This is, overall they're saying wind speed is 26 miles per hour. This thing's moving fast. No way. 10 miles per hour. 121 miles per hour is what they're saying, but I'm not picking up 100 and something miles per hour in the readings. This eye wall growing bigger and bigger will weaken the storm a little bit. But as this wind field gets on land, you can still see where the update on the wind field is. and everybody in all this blue, all the way up towards Columbia, South Carolina, is in tropical storm. But hurricane force is going all the way right below Sarasota, Port Charlotte, Arcadia. All this is going to be hurricane force winds. Now, all this pink that you see here that's not outlined pink, this is going to be hurricane force wind gusts. So all the way up towards Orlando is expected to hurricane force wind gusts. And earlier we saw this go straight across towards Daytona. So we'll stay on top of that as that changes and updates. And you can see the latest possibilities. All of them take it as a wide turn as it gets off of Florida. So that it looks like it could re-strengthen a little bit. I don't think it could re-strengthen back to our hurricane, but it definitely be a strong tropical storm as it continues further north, guys. How are we looking? We're looking good. We're looking good. These rain bands that we have coming around right here is what we need to watch out for. That's why we're getting all these tornado warnings. All because of these rain bands of these cells flying around. So let's check out the latest ones and see what's going on with the warnings of them. Let's go to you. So we also have, we got one for Palm Beach all the way to 10:15. Now this is going to keep going just like they came for Miami earlier, and they keep going further and further north. It's going to keep doing that. And then as that system tightens up, it's going to come closer, like maybe towards Naples. We also have Miami-Dade and Broward County. Central Collier County. That one's been going on for a long time. And southwestern Henry. That one's been going on for a very long time. Let me check real quick over here on power outages. 23,000, so they're getting some of them back. It was 27 and it came back a little bit. How do you see power outages in South Florida? You go to power outage. I'll put the link in the description so you can have it. Thank you so much, guys, for y'all help. I appreciate it. All right. Here's a link for the power outages. And what you do is you click on your county, and it'll tell you who's working on the power, what company, and it'll tell you how many is out, how many has power around you. So it'll give you a better idea when you might be getting yours back on. Make sure, because his power outages is going to last a long time. Like I said, it's going to be all the way from Cedar Keys, all the way around to Orlando, all the way to around to Cape Coral. All this is going to be definite power outages. So while the system's coming in and it's bringing the winds and it's bringing the storm surge, possibly a bigger area now because the eye is growing, on the top side it will be all the heavy rainfall. So the whole area is just going to be a bad situation, and the whole area is just going to be widespread power outages because of that. And all the way up to tropical storm winds, I've seen take power outages everywhere. As long as you got tropical storm force winds, there's power outages. And we have hurricane force wind gusts almost all the way across Florida. But I'm going to be here with you guys all night for whatever you need. Key West International Airport, 71 miles per hour winds. 84. Yeah, the Keys are getting some strong winds right now. Steph says, so good to see a calm, knowledgeable face. Thank you so much. God bless you. This is the last time you should be hyping anything up. People make mistakes when you do things like that. You need to relax, not have bells and whistles going off in their ears. They just need to know the information as it's coming across. And that's about it. That's about all you should be doing. Just get the warning out to people. Now you can see also, because next red only goes so far, but you can see we also have rain still going towards the north. So we still have everything still a little northern other than the impact area at the moment, guys. So there is going to be a good bit. What I'm watching is this eye. I want to see how big the eye gets, because this is going to go all the way across. And if it continues to try and get bigger after that, it is going to be a really big storm surge field. And honestly, you're going to be without power somewhere from 3 to 5 days, maybe even a week. It all depends how bad it is. I know how it is. I grew up on the Gulf states. I know that all these Gulf states pitch in. So if it gets bad for Florida, believe it, other states are going to come over and help out with your power. So that's one good thing about living in the Gulf. Everybody's very friendly. What's the fake news saying? I don't know. I don't watch them anymore, man. So do me a favor. Go to the link. I'm going to put it out there again so you have it for the Twitter. It is going to be my new Twitter, and that's going to be the one I'm just going to keep. So I do remember all my information on this one. Go to that Twitter. I'm going to tweet out the information for my stream. And then I'm going to want y'all to retweet it. This helps us get more people in front of us. Anybody that is streaming right now, that's the best way to help them. The algorithm always been the same way. It's not really no magic to it. You just, if you get a lot of likes and a lot of shares more than your 10%, everything's 10% with YouTube. If you go higher than 10%, then it definitely is it going to recharge when it hits the Atlantic. It's going to stay as a strong tropical storm as it goes towards Georgia and South Carolina. Some of the storm will be in the Atlantic, keeping it energized somewhat. Not where it's going to intensify back, but where it will energize. I'll show you. Let me do this real quick and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So let me put this. All right, I'm going to go retweet this. I'm going to go tweet this real quick. And what I want y'all to do to help out is you go retweet it, and that'll help get this out in front of people. So I just tweeted it. So do me a favor, go retweet that on my Twitter. That way it will help people looking for information out there. There's a lot of scared people out there. And if you look at the power outages alone, it tells you. Let me bring you back to this. I want to show you something else as well. Go here. All right, so when you look at the power outages, you can't see it right there because it is being hidden. Let me see if I can drag it and show you. No, it won't do it. So right now we have over 11 million people in Florida. So if you don't think that there's hundreds of thousands of people out there just looking for information, believe me, they are. People's trying to find the slightest edge they can get from this information. And drink some coffee. Now this is what I'm going to show you is the icon, because the icon's been right, and that's what National Hurricane Center and National Weather Service is picking up on our rainfall totals. It went according to the icon. So when you look at the icon model, excuse me, it shows that within the next 12 hours, the wind's going to start moving in. Within the next 24 hours, that's when it's going to start bringing in the 80 miles per hour wind gusts, mostly by Cape Coral, Northport, Sarasota getting 60. Let me raise this just for 1 second so I can show you the next 3 days. So when you look at the next 3 days, after it finishes, goes to its path to the other side, starts bringing 80 and 90 miles per hour wind gusts over by Daytona, starts bringing high 60s towards Orlando. I saw even higher earlier. But when I go to 5 days, you can see that when it goes back by the southeast, that we started picking up on wind gusts, which means that it starts strengthening back up after it gets back off land and it starts getting 100 miles per hour wind gusts back on this system. So the icon is picking up that it will intensify back and it's east side loaded. So that would mean that the eye would be right here traveling north. And all these winds would go towards Charleston, Beaufort, maybe Savannah, maybe even Brunswick if it turns a little bit sharper. So it's definitely picking up that this is going to re-strengthen a little bit to at least maybe a high-end tropical storm, maybe even a Cat 1 hurricane at the last second. We will see. It's still a little too far to be saying that much. But definitely go to my Twitter, put it out, retweet it, help us get the information spread out. Thank you so much. I do appreciate every single one of you for helping. Sorry, I had to cough. But definitely hit the like button. Do everything you can do. Y'all know how it works. Just do everything you can do to get the word out. The more people we have out there getting the word out, the better. Okay, the tornado warning for northern Miami-Dade and southern Broward counties is canceled. The tornado warning for northeastern Palm Beach County will expire at 10:30. So all these cells are now coming towards Palm Beach because of everything raising up. It was all over Miami. They were really attacking Miami for a minute there. But now they're getting it towards Palm Beach. Let's bring it to the last shot. Make sure we got live. Yes. Live scan. And it is rain wrapped. Let's see what's going on with the winds. I know there's a lot of winds coming with this system right now. And the wind gusts is going to start being bad for a lot of people as well. So let's pick up on that. Put you over there. So far we are looking at 40 to almost 50. We're getting 50 in some locations. A lot of high 40 miles per hour wind gusts just going all over the whole area. And you can see how broad it is. So all the wind gusts is hitting with the 50 miles per hour with the storms. And then you got all this wind. Look how thick it is. All this wind is going to be coming over there the next time when it swings around. And this band is going to come around again. It'll probably hit 2 or 3 times before it finishes going on land and finally dissipating quickly, I hope, with the dry air down to a hurricane, down to a tropical storm. Hey, Johnny West, how you doing, man? Thank you so much for retweeting. I believe Tallahassee should be on the low end, if anything at all. Let's look at the rainfall totals according to National Weather Service and see what they are saying is going to be the amount of rainfall. So for the next 5 days, it goes pretty bad for South Carolina and North Carolina. Tallahassee, I would say you're going to maybe get an inch or 2. It don't look like it's going to be a whole bunch. You're right on the edge, but if it just curves a little bit more to the west, you could be in a lot heavier. But look at everybody else. This is going all over South Carolina, North Carolina, and maybe the edge of Virginia. Now, this is within the next 5 days. Just keep that in mind. It's the next 5 days. But that's a lot of rainfall that's still coming out of this system. That's a long track of problems, guys. And they already got enough problems with what's happening, and we didn't even get started yet. This is just the cells coming on. Each one of these is going to be quick spin-ups. And that's the most thing that you'll see. And it's always in the right front quadrant of the system. So as this system moves further north and east, so will the tornado problem. If you have any questions, I can gladly answer your questions. That's what I'm here for. We are getting, let's see, flash flood warnings over by Fort Lauderdale now. And that's because they're going to be training too. So you have these storms that still coming towards you, and they're going to be swinging around, and it's going to be quite some time. That cell's going 61 miles an hour. These cells are flying by fast, guys. Let's take a look at this tornado real quick. It's about to expire, but still. It's got about 5 or 10 more minutes. Now you see how we have these over here that's east of Naples? As this system tightens up more, these rain bands are going to tighten up even more, and it's going to be going over to Everglades, more towards Naples. It's going to tighten up even more with all of these, and it's just going to be a big line. All these cells are moving 40 to 50 miles per hour pretty fast, and we didn't even really get started yet. So we already got fast tracking cells. It will be quick burn-ups as these tornadoes pop up. Now, I believe there already was something popping up for tornadoes already. Yes. So we have one person that found some footage of a tornado. We can check that out real quick. Let me get this for you. I gotta change this every time, guys. And let's get over to the Twitter. I just retweeted it out so you can see it for yourself as well. This is the tornado that passed by US 41 between Naples and Miami. This is from Wink News. So these are going to be some quick spin ups, and it's going to be all night long. It's not going to stop just because of the morning. It's going to be all night and all morning. I believe the watch is all the way till 5 a.m. right now. I don't think that has changed ever since. Haven't really checked on it ever since, to be honest with you. I tried getting some rest, man. I couldn't. I kept hearing in the background because my wife and I, we both like to stay up on what's going on with the weather, and hearing everything going on, it was just so hard to not just get up and see what I could do, because the more people out here helping, the better for everybody. Orlando isn't looking good. Let me show you on the rainfall totals, because the rainfall has just gotten crazy amounts. It keeps growing and growing, and it is going to be a life-threatening event with that. So let me show you the rainfall totals so you can see what I'm talking about. And I'll show you with the icon. The icon's been pretty accurate, and it's going right the whole path. The whole path is going right over from Sarasota all the way towards Daytona Beach. Orlando getting over a foot now. Before it showed 12 inches. Now, high resolution rapid refresh. Let's see for the next 48 hours. See what the full track is. And it's picking up a foot for Orlando. So either way, it's a lot of rainfall coming for Orlando. And as this comes further to the east and north, these rain bands are going to reach further north up Florida as well. And with the track, you can see the track right here. I don't know if you can spot it. It covers it too much. With the track, it's going to go right over Orlando and curve north. So when it does that, your top right quadrant for tornadoes will be right there where Orlando is. So these will start becoming tornado threats a little further up Florida as this system moves further up Florida. So it's just going to roll with it. It's going to be a bad situation. I'm not going to lie. Power is going down to 22.4, so they are working on the power, so that's a good thing. I figured they'd be on top of the power. Plus with y'all water scenario that y'all dealing with. If you lose power, a lot of you going to lose power. The water you have, if you have a tub, fill up your tub with water so you have water to last you. But DeSantis said that he's going to have stations as soon as they can get trucks in there and clear the roads from any debris. They're going to have stations where he's going to be bringing water for people. So it's not like you're going to just get left with no help. As soon as they can get in there, they're going to be bringing water and have water stations for you guys. So we did get a reported tornado by West Palm Beach. Tornado as well as numerous tree branches down, and a tree with a 12-inch trunk was snapped. That was in the Palm Beach. Wow, let's see if we can find that. Palm Beach tornado. No, all I see is time lapse out there. That's all they got. Titusville, Cape Canaveral. Give me 1 second. Have y'all had any sleep today? I've been watching everybody all day. It's just everybody's talking on multiple different videos like y'all have not slept today at all. It looks like you're going to be getting over a foot of rainfall so far from what I could see from your area. And these tornadoes will be going that way soon. As these bands move further north, it's going to be going towards Jupiter, Indiantown, Port St. Lucie, Port Pierce. It's going to keep moving further and further north of Florida. So everybody really has some kind of danger or threat out of this, whether it's the winds, the tornadoes, the flooding. It's just going to be bad in some way for everybody. Yeah, Sarasota's going to get a lot of heavy rain. I saw that Sarasota storms was really going to start adding up, and it really impacted Sarasota. Let me see if I can get this going. I can show you. Yeah. So it's right on the Icon model. Great model, guys. It really is. So if you look at the Icon model, you can see Sarasota gets covered in storms really bad, especially from midnight. When we go midnight on, Sarasota really gets some bad storms on the northern side of this. Now that's at the same time where it's getting that dry air on the south side, but you still got the bad storm surge. That's not going away. Just wanted to show you that difference. Yeah, I love you all too, guys. Believe that. My wife and I started ever since Irma back in the day when I was Donation Kingdom, and we just haven't stopped. It's such a good feeling to help people, so I really love that. And it's almost like a bug. You can't get rid of it when you really start to enjoy it. East Central Collier County in southwestern Florida, South Central Hendry County in southern Florida until 11 p.m. So it's been extended. That's because these bands are going to keep flying in. Tornado warning for southwestern Martin County in East Central Florida. That's till 11 p.m. as well. And the one in northeastern Palm Beach County is until 10:45. Okay. So let's check these out. Move you over. 11 million people in Florida, man. That's a lot of people. That is a lot of people. I think y'all have more than anybody. Y'all really battle New York for population. Everybody wants to go to Florida. That seems like the place to be. That's for sure. Okay, so one's expiring in 19 minutes. 37. This is a nasty little cell too. They've got a lot of nasty cells going through. Look at them all. A lot of strong cells, and they're going in this direction. As this tightens up, it's going to keep pulling right here. You can see these down here. All these coming from Cuba. This whole train of them. This whole train is going to come around just like this. And this is hours from now, so it's not going to stop. You're going to have these training towards West Palm Beach. You're going to have all these training towards Cape Coral, just spinning around. Then it gets closer. Then you get even tighter wound with this band right here. So it's going to be all night, all morning, all day tomorrow on this threat, guys. It's really going to be nasty. Branches down. We already seen that. Where was those at? None of them shows damage. I'm looking at the tornado reports, and none of them are showing any damage yet. They have a certain color when there's damage involved. Thank you, Belinda. God bless you, sis. I appreciate it. Believe me, everything that I always get, any kind of help that I do get, it goes towards the feeding project. It goes towards the generator project. That seems to be helping. And I think we've given away 3 already. I got another one sitting right there. I got to do a review on it. After I do the review on it, I can give that one away. But I got to wait 30 days on that one. That was the deal on that. All right, so the one by West Palm, let's see. The one by West Palm by Jupiter going to Indiantown. I guess, okay. It's a nasty little storm. Got more cells going towards Palm City in 30 minutes. What about these? Yeah, these cells are okay. I think these cells are dying off over here. But this right here is very strong. This big wide band is very strong. It's getting a lot of power off of the water before it comes on land. So this is really a bad area. And we still have that flooding going on down here. Over here by Fort Lauderdale. Got flash flood warning on that. Let's see what the winds are, see if they raised up. Because it's going to raise up and pick up sooner or later. All right, after all these bands go back around, this is where you are missing a lot of precipitation. So after these bands go around, you still got this band for the tornadoes. And you still got some left of this band going up towards Port St. Lucie for tornadoes. But after that, it's going to be tightening up a little bit, and it's not going to be so much of a damaging wind field until it comes back on shore. But you're still going to have these flows that are continuing to bring y'all damaging winds and tornadoes. So right now, let's see. Give me the wind gusts. Still showing high 40s, getting almost to 50s in certain locations. Everybody's still showing high 40s. There we go. We get some 50s. But high 40 wind gusts is what it looks like so far. Almost 50. So it's just starting to move in. There's a dark color over there, though. 57 over there. All right, let's check that out a little bit better. There's a lot stronger of winds right here. Going by West Palm Beach. 57 miles per hour wind gusts coming with that big band of storms right there. That's a nasty little band. And it's bringing 57 miles per hour winds on that one. But as soon as this band finishes whipping back around, it's going to shorten up a little bit until this band starts stretching back out, which is going to take a few hours for that to happen. It won't just be quickly. Yeah, it's trying to grow bigger. It's trying to get a bigger center. And the bigger the center, the bigger the wall of storm surge is going to be. That's the worst thing. It comes down on the winds, but the storm surge increases. Yeah, it's definitely getting a bigger center. So I think we'll start seeing it weaken down just a little bit, not a whole bunch, but I think we'll see it weaken down a little bit. Now this right here is, I'll keep this one on because this lets you know when tropical storm conditions are going to start impacting. And you can see it's already hitting the Keys. They have more banding right here that's going to be coming out over the Keys in a very short amount of time. They are getting 71 miles per hour wind gusts, reported of 73. What are the buoys saying? The buoys would be a good way to see exactly what is going on out there with the wind gust. All right, so far I'm picking up 53 miles per hour winds from the buoys. High 50s, looks like, no, low 50s. 53 miles per hour wind field so far in this region as it moves over you. And then it's getting less and less. But that will pick up as it gets closer. So we'll, of course, keep monitoring and when it changes, we will alert everybody. Because this is going to go from tornadoes to a lot of rainfall to some winds to where it's just going to start going crazy amount of winds, crazy amount of rainfall, especially on the northern side. No, let me see if they did an update at National Hurricane Center. It don't look like it. No. All right, they have, it looks like they stretched out the hurricane warning. Let me show you this. I can't remember if this was there before or not, but it looks like they are stretched out the hurricane warning. And that's all this red right here going all the way down. Move this over. All this red going all the way down now is all in a hurricane warning. And that looks like that was a little new to me. I don't think they had that lower part. Let's see if the rainfall totals changed. No. Inundation still. All right. And the power, 20,000. Good. So he's getting on the power, guys. So that's a really good thing. That's the best you can ask for, is for them to be on top of your power, especially in a time like now. But everybody that did stay, I hope that you will be safe. Because when something like this happens, the way this rolls through is it starts getting rough. It starts getting where you got to shelter in place. You can't get nowhere, not only from the tornadoes, but then you got the rain and the winds coming from the actual storm. So after that happens, it's going to be a couple of days before somebody gets to you if you do lose your power. So if you get hurt, they can't come get you. That's a big thing. They can't put their life at risk to come get you. Let's see. Do you look like you got some new readings coming out? 72. They're trying to see where the wind field is. 73. See a lot of 40s, a lot of low 40s in this last reading. Let's see what we got on tropical. See what he has for the readings. Millibars are still dropping. Just a matter of time. It's either going to intensify a little bit more or it's going to expand. It looks like it don't know if it wants to expand or if it wants to try and close that eye back up and intensify. So it definitely is trying, that is for sure. Ban Willie. What is Willie doing? Oh boy. Willie, come on, you can't talk like that, man. Willie, I got you in a timeout, man. After that, I gotta ban you. You can't talk like that. Don't be nasty in my stream, man, please. A lot of people's lives are getting damaged and changed. You You can't talk like that. Please don't do that. Let me do this. Excellent. Yeah, please don't talk like that, and have a little respect. These people's lives are literally changing, man. They're about to lose power. They're whether you want to or not, whether you're in a safe location or not, you are about to lose power either now or the hours to come when this comes on shore. That's just a fact. It's just too much wind and too much rain for these trees not to topple over, for you not to lose power. Yeah, it is trying to tighten up. It's trying to either tighten up in this region right here, or it's trying to even tighten up right here. It's trying to get its center small. It's trying to intensify. But if you notice, one thing that hinders that, let me get this out for you so you can see it. One thing that hinders that is the deep ocean heat content. The deep ocean heat content is actually leaving the area that would help it the most as far as intensification. So let me get this so I can show you. All right. So as you look at the deep ocean heat content, you can see that as it leaves this part right here, this is the warmest part where it upwells, keeps its strength going, keeps intensifying. It starts leaving and goes towards cooler waters. That's why I say this would not be a Charlie. This is not going to rapid intensify all the way to a Cat 5, just mainly because the water temperatures definitely is not going to be there neither to help it sustain that. Are the white circles tornadoes? No. These white circles is all each a cell within this supercell. This is what you see when you're tracking tornadoes. I used to live stream tornado tracking every day. It was a couple of years ago. Every day for almost a year. And it just seemed like a section that was needed that really wasn't there for people. Each one of these cells, I can read and see what these cells are, what direction they're going, how strong they are, and if they weaken down. So each one of these is a cell that could flare up a tornado if it's in the right conditions. So it's not like it's just going to pop out anywhere out of this rain band. There is cells that is moving all this. So it's actual things we could track, which is a good thing. Now keep in mind, if y'all do hear any kind of police sound, yep, there's a hurricane warning all the way down past Marco. If y'all hear any police sirens or any of that, you got to imagine I'm not in the country. I'm in the city right now. I am trying to move still. But I'm in the city, so you might hear them things tonight. Also, I don't have 10 or 20 people working for me. I'm a one-man show, always have been, always will be. Only help I've ever had was my wife. We're kind of a team on the weather thing. We really like helping people. But I'm a one-man show. I do everything myself. I don't pay nobody to do thumbnails or edit or any of that. So just give me time. I will gladly get to any questions y'all may have. All right, Sam, that's nasty, bro. You got to go. Golly. I'm glad that was held for review. That was just nasty. Some people come in and try and sabotage your stream, because if you allow that, then that's easy way to get bad conversation in the chat, and you really don't want that, especially live streaming. You got to get rid of them toxic people when they're doing that. This right here is a major hurricane going towards Florida, and obviously it's kids talking like that because they don't know what it's like to lose your house that you worked your whole life for. They don't know what it's like to lose your family, so it'll be okay. It'll come and go. We'll just stay on top of it. Landfall time, that's a good question. Let's see. Sometime in between 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to 2 p.m. Sometime in that region. That's according to high resolution rapid refresh. Let me show you this instead of just telling you this. a lot better just to show you. So according to high resolution rapid refresh, landfall is still southern. It's still by Cape Coral. You can see where it comes on land right there. Right in between 10, and that's right there is noon. So 10 o'clock is right before landfall so far. Noon looks like pretty much is when it's going to be roundabout. Now, if we look with the icon is showing about the same thing. It's showing us like a little bit later. Instead of it being further up here at noon, it's more like back at the 10 o'clock, according to higher resolution rapid refresh. Icon is showing noon. So maybe it slows down a little bit. It's also showing a little bit further north for landfall. That would put all the storm surge right on Cape Coral, and that's according to high resolution rapid refresh as well, that it is a big field. He's bringing this back so you can see it. It is a big field, but it is going to bring this storm surge. You see how it's right here pulling the surge? That's at 10. And then when you go from 10 to noon, then it moves up a little bit. That's all the way at 2. Nope. Get it all the way to noon. It's hard to get it just on 1. And then you can see when it's up here, it's still pulling all this flow. So the bigger the eye, the bigger and thicker this flow is going to be around that eye. So it would be better if it would just weaken down. I know the dry air is going to eat at that wall for a while. Power is looking good. But as far as weakening it all the way down, the trend has been that it will be, let me show you, at least 105 miles per hour wind gusts. And that's according to the icon as well. So let's go to accumulation and put it on 48 hours. According to high resolution rapid refresh, that the wind accumulation dies down still. It's still seeing that. So it showed this earlier. It showed that the dry air gets into the core, also less rainfall, but it's still showing consistently, and the icon isn't showing this. It's still showing to be somewhere around 100 miles per hour wind gusts by Venice, 90 by Sarasota, but you see how quickly it goes down from 90s to 80s. But when you do it with the icon, which has been correct up this far, matter of fact, the rainfall, I do believe, let's go to the next 3 days, the rainfall, I do believe that the National Hurricane Center is using, I believe, is from the icon model, because the icon shows heavier than HRRR. So the icon shows that it'll be 120 miles per hour wind gusts. So I think it's going to be somewhere in between the two. I think it's going to come strong, and as y'all getting 100, maybe a little over 100 miles per hour wind gusts, that's when it's really going to affect this eye and start weakening it down quickly. I don't think it's going to carry this far with 100 miles per hour. But National Hurricane Center does have it going that far, all the way to a storm, to a hurricane on landfall. Let me show you on WSV3 so you can see it. So it has it going all the way as a Cat 2. It has updated, guys. Instead of a Cat 1, it is showing a Cat 2 when it comes by Port Charlotte of 100 miles per hour wind gusts. That's what I was saying. It was showing it be around 100 miles per hour. So it is going to be some strong winds. I'm sorry, it's 100 miles per hour winds. They don't have the gusts in there. Like the gusts is way more than the winds. So it looks like the icon is what they're going by. It's still showing that it's right below Venice. 100 miles per hour winds, that's definitely still a major, because a major is 95. No, a major is 111. 95 is a Cat 2. So it's definitely going to mild down a little bit, but it's going to come in hot with 100 miles per hour winds and then go down quickly. It's not even going down to a 1. It's going from a 2, and sometime in between here and Lakeland, it goes down to a tropical storm. So they have updated that. Still have tropical storm all the way over so far towards Greenville, towards upstate South Carolina. No change on that yet. They definitely trying to take it a little bit at a time, which is totally understandable. Let me get my warnings for you. Well, this caused sinkholes with all the rain. Well, you know how bad Florida is with sinkholes. I mean, literally, I believe it's is it the salt that's underground in Florida, but the ground literally is eaten away under a lot of Florida. I would imagine it would. I would definitely imagine it would cause problems in that area. Okay, we still have 2 tornado warnings going on. It looks like they are dissipated. That's good. So we had them. They went away. We had 6. Now we're down to 0, guys. That's the latest on the tornadoes. They all downgraded. The latest runs on high resolution rapid refresh, I will show you, shows that the dry air gets in there a little bit later, kind of like when GFS and Euro agree with each other. Icon's a very accurate model as well, and high resolution rapid refresh and Icon are agreeing with each other, and HRRR is slowly moving towards what the Icon sees. And it is definitely showing the winds. And if you look at the rain, just look at the rain real quick according to the Icon. You can see it, the big heavy strip. And that is the heavy strip that is being picked up by National Weather Service as well. So it is going to be a lot. But when you look, I don't know if y'all be able to see this because it don't show that too good. Let me take a look. No, it don't show that too good. It's hard to show you on there. That's unfortunate. Because the dry air gets in there a little bit later now. I'll just have to fix up another browser overlay to fix that. Yeah, I love you back, Pam. Thank you, guys. Y'all are haters. Hey, there are haters everywhere, man. Don't worry about it. Just stay positive. Do your thing. They're everywhere. Show them love. A lot of people are like that mainly because they're not getting love, man. And you can kind of understand what that's like. That's misery. So just show them love. All right, now this group of cells that we have right here forming up. This is going to be coming around. You ask how Miami's doing. This is going to be swinging around, but it looks like it's going to be going on this path towards Coral Springs, back towards West Palm Beach some more. And this is a nasty little cell going that way. And that's going towards Port St. Lucie, following this one right here. So let me get my list back up. Right where this one was over here, we're about to get those again. How wide is the eye? I think if I pull up in Vinci Sky, I can measure it. I really couldn't tell you, brother. Or sister, I'm sorry. But it's still showing 121 miles per hour wind, still a major. And it's moving 10 miles per hour to the north now. It's not moving northeast. It was moving northeast. Now it's moving north. So it's doing a wobble on its way, guys. So just because it looks like it's going to do a smooth transition as it gets on land, don't believe that. It could easily come on land by Cape Coral and then curve north and then curve back to the east. It could easily wobble and do that. So Sarasota, Tampa, y'all still need to be on alert, because just because it's going further south, you know, you got all them heavy rain amounts coming your way, it could easily wobble back north again. Check winds for St. Petersburg. So is anybody here with family and you decided to stay? Do you have kids and you decided to stay? Let me know that. That must be very stressful. Okay, let's see. Right now, I see where you at. Yeah, y'all was getting the worst of it, but it has gone down for y'all. Yeah, there you are there. And we look at the rain that's going over you right now. It's not just the one with our system. We still have all this rain that's coming over you. As far as winds go, with the new information that's out, St. Petersburg will get, it's showing that with the icon, 78 miles per hour wind gusts will be coming your way. HRRR shows 76 miles per hour, so that's on both of them. Both of them are showing high amount of winds coming your way for sure. Ban who? Adam? Ban Adam. Why are you saying ban Adam? What is Adam doing? Adam, you're being weird, huh? I'll put you in timeout the first time, man. Second time I gotta get rid of you. You can't talk to people like that, bro. Have a little respect. Yeah, Adam don't seem too bad. I just put him in timeout. I don't like to kick people. I really don't like that. You gotta be really nasty for me to do something like that. Especially at a time like now, even if they're upset. A lot of people are stressed and upset right now. That's totally understandable. Let me show you what you can get from this for your St. Petersburg, so you'd be updated on that. And you can see with high resolution rapid refresh that it is bringing 70 miles per hour wind gusts, and the icon is showing that as well. Look for the 2 days. It's within the next 2 days. It's showing 79 miles per hour wind gusts for you as well. And power is getting better. Yes, that is a good thing. I like to see that. It's going to get worse, but the longer it can hold it on, the better. God bless you, Milkman. I pray you be safe, man. Everybody that stayed, I pray you will be safe. So, 10 o'clock to noon tomorrow for landfall. Landfall within 12 to 15 hours, guys. We have landfall within 12 to 15 hours. So you are getting rain coming towards Tampa and Orlando. It is starting to stretch further up north now. Right now we have 0 tornado warnings. I'm sure that will change. If you look at this right here in the last shot, we have multiple cells. This cell, this cell, this cell. These all have good chances to become tornadoes as we get towards Port St. Lucie. And then you have all these cells right down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just training towards Miami, southern Florida. And you have these cells moving up as well. And you have these cells, multiple cells. These are all going to spin towards Coral Springs and West Palm Beach. So the whole outer side of Florida has a bad chance for tornadoes all night long into the early morning hours. So it is going to be rough for a lot of people. It's not just what we're used to, daytime heating. You get your tornadoes, then it calms down. It's not going to be that. This is going to be all night because this is whipping, and the lower level winds is very fierce with the rotation of this hurricane. The storm surge. Let me show you the update on the storm surge. They did put the hurricane warning is out all the way past Marco Island. If you have not heard that, they have changed that. That's the latest update so far on what's going on with the warnings and the watches. The storm surge. Let me pull this up for you. The storm surge, I believe, has not changed from earlier. Still showing the same amounts. Let me swing this to the right. All right. So it has it all the way for eastern Florida, all the way from Patrick Air Force Base, all the way to Flagler is 1 to 3 feet. It starts picking up from there all the way to the mouth of St. Mary's River for eastern Florida. And that's for your storm surge. Now, they did bring some down a little further now. It was 8 to 12 feet right here for the Charlotte Harbor. If y'all notice, they did add another section of 6 to 10 feet for Chokoleski. Is that right? Chokoleski. 6 to 10 feet. And 4 to 7 feet for East Cape Stable. So that is new as well. Power still going down. Good. Somebody else talking. Adam. Come on, Adam. Hold your tongue, bro. Be part of the group. You got bad service. It keeps resending. Well, that's believable. You sent the same message over and over, so we'll see. But come on, Adam. Keep it cool, bro. We're trying to help you as much as we can, give you as much information as we can. That's for sure. Let me check this real quick. Any tornadoes that just come out? No, everything's still good. So right now, there might be some flash flood warnings coming up by Cape Coral. So you can see how we got all this banding that's going on. This is all training to the west. It's not like a normal system where you just follow it and it keeps going to the east. This is all rotating. So that's the main thing we got to watch for, is where these bands are going to be going over as it rotates. Like right now, it looks like Cape Coral, but obviously it's going to swing around a little further north. So Inglewood could get this bad banding for a couple of hours when it comes around. We'll keep our eye on top of that. Let me get my tornado list back out. All right, we good. Y'all, sometimes y'all make me laugh. I can't help it. Y'all just make me laugh. See if there's anything on what's going on in Florida with the tornadoes. See if anybody got any more footage that we can take a look at. All right, I can't. Wow. All right, I'm gonna show you this real quick. I just retweeted it. We got a lot of planes that got damaged a little while ago, guys. Give me 1 second. I'll bring you around. And let's go to the Twitter. Look at here, these airplanes. Hold on, I got a few things open. Look at this. This is by Daniel Benitez at Daniel B News. He just put this out 50 seconds ago. I retweeted it, so if any of y'all want to watch these over and over and look at whatever information, try and analyze certain things, after the first time I show you, you have to go to Twitter and go watch it after the first time. First time we can analyze it, give credit. After that, you got to get off. You're just being rude. You're exposing somebody's content for hours. You can't do that. A lot of damaged planes. Look at that. That's really bad, man. Wow. I'm glad he showed us that. But I did retweet that. If y'all want to go check that out, I will keep looking for stuff as we're coming along with the eye. The eye is looking like it's getting a little elongated. It's trying to come back, but it can't. It's just staying elongated. We'll see. It's getting a little squeezing in the last few frames. We'll see what comes out of that. Still nothing? Yeah, still. Let's see. How's the power? All right. Its power's still on 19.8. So it's still looking good. They're doing a really good job on y'all power. I can't help it. I love y'all governor. Florida has the best governor by far. He literally fights for his people in Florida. God bless Florida. I got the best governor. Rainfall totals. Where you at, Howard? So I can show you, because there's so many big totals. Yeah, I definitely want to say a prayer before this hurricane gets close to shore, because that's when it's just. This is how it was for Irma. Back in the day when I first started, I live streamed Hurricane Irma because I felt it in my gut. People needed help because from what I seen on the live streams, they were nasty, vulgar, and just no information at all. So I never knew better, so I just live streamed the Weather Channel back then. I just called it Donation Kingdom, and we had thousands and thousands of people in the room, and they didn't strike me for it. They let it stay up. I didn't try and monetize it or any of that stuff. But I helped with Irma for 3 days and 3 nights. We just kept it streaming. And when Irma hit, over 5,000 people like that gone, power outage, and you feel that. You feel like 5,000 people just got affected. It really bothers you. So things like that really bothers you. If you ever think about live streaming, just be careful, because you can get affected and you won't even see it coming. Because I didn't see that coming, and when that happened, my jaw dropped. Had to turn the camera off. Couldn't handle it. It was very intense. These are starting to build up over here south of Homestead. These cells are starting to strengthen up down here. It's updating the live scan. These cells are starting to really get a lot of precipitation inside of them and strengthen up and come towards Homestead. So we need to keep an eye on that. Good night, Night. Thank you for coming, brother. Sleep well, man. Y'all see these cells? We need to keep our eye on these coming off the ocean. Even up here further north, these are still strong as well. So we need to keep an eye on all of those. Let's see if there's any update on the winds so far. Yeah, those are bringing some powerful winds with them as well. So we definitely got to keep an eye on those. Right now, we're still having 40 to 50 miles per hour wind gusts, low 50s, towards East Naples, Cape Coral, all the way to Coral Springs. It's just a big, wide field of high 40 miles per hour wind gusts. Some places are getting the high 30s, like this lighter color, that's the 30s. The darker color is the 40s, and where that red is, you got the 50s. So it's definitely got some high wind gusts coming with these storms that y'all getting right now. That's just passing through, and we really didn't get through the meat of it yet. But this is what I was talking about. After these bands go offshore, they're going to be swinging around to Sarasota, maybe even whipping all the way up towards Tampa. We can take a look at that and see how that looks on radar. But we do have to watch these cells. These cells have a lot of wind in them. And look at these cells are forming out here. These cells are forming out here, getting stronger. 44 miles per hour, 43, 51 miles per hour. They're moving fast. They're going to be here shortly. So it's not going to be later on. It'll be tonight. The track shifted a little bit further to the south. Let me show you Well, it's hard to show you on this. But the track is still the same, though, with the update. It gives you a bigger field of hurricane warning, but it didn't change as far as where it's going to go. It's still showing the same thing. It's still showing a major hurricane, and it's showing a Cat 2 now. It went down to a Cat. It went up to a Cat 2 instead of a Cat 1 on landfall. That's because they're predicting it to be at least 95 miles per hour winds with it, and that is what we're seeing. Over 100 to 120 wind gusts is possible as it comes. But you see how they have the storm going off shore a little bit right here. And that's why we're showing the 100 miles per hour wind gusts as possible towards South Carolina, possible Georgia, maybe even North Carolina if this moves a little further. It's because it strengthens back up as it rides out. And you can see the winds with the Icon model. The Icon model really picked up on the wind. So let me put it on the full 3 days. Well, it's going to take the whole 5 days to show the winds. And you can see the winds according to the Icon model. This is the one that National Weather Service is picking up on that big rainfall amount. High resolution refresh didn't have that much of an amount. Very high wind gusts coming with that system possibly as it goes back and strengthens up a little bit, then coming back towards South Carolina. And the white is 90, so it's high 80s to 90s possible. It will move. That's a 5 day, and you don't want to trust a 5 day. You can get an idea of what it looks like. Look at all the heavy rain, but don't trust a 5 day because it will change. That's all 15 to 20 inches of rainfall in all of this pink. That's just life-threatening right there. And then the storm surge on top of that. But you see how they carry the hurricane warning? They carry the hurricane warning further down. So the hurricane warning is going further down Florida than what was originally expected. It's going all the way down past Marco Island now. It's going past Everglades. So it's really going really far with the hurricane. So they seeing a sharper turn, and more hurricane winds is going to be further down southern Florida because it's doing a sharper turn. If it was going more of a northern northeastern, it wouldn't have affected that too much unless it's going like an east northeast. And right now it's traveling. Can y'all see that? Right now it's traveling north at 10 miles per hour. North, straight north, not northeast, north. But you see how they have it turning soon. So we'll see. They still have it going all the way up to a Cat 4, 132 miles per hour winds, 161 miles per hour wind gusts. And then it's going to come in with that dry air. It's going to get y'all maybe up to 120, maybe a little bit higher according to the Icon, miles per hour wind gusts for some people. And then it's going to come down to major, or a little less than major. A Cat 2 will be 95 or higher. And they have it now to where it could be a possible. Oh, they just updated it again, guys. Y'all see that? They just updated it right in front of us. They see that the dry air isn't going to get there in time. Instead of a Cat 2, they are showing it will be a Cat 3 major hurricane as it goes past Port Charlotte. 127 miles per hour winds, 155 miles per hour wind gusts. That's what they just updated, because I just showed y'all that this went from a 3 to a 2. Now it's going from a 4 to a 3. Still tropical storm all the way around to South Carolina. Yeah, they just updated. It's definitely going to be major hurricane status miles inland. This is pretty far inland, guys. Let me see what they have over here. Storm surge did not change. Power's back at 20 again. It's still going back and forth, but they on top of it for right now. Storm surge didn't change, but that's going to change a lot. If it is a bigger, stronger system, the winds are going to be stronger, and it's going to put more flow on your surge. Let me see what that updated to. Excuse me. Talking so much it dries you out a little bit. It has put a lot more people in the flooding. So let me show you the new storm surge map and information that they have. So you see how we looked at it a little while ago, and we have anywhere from 8 to 12. They brought it back up. It was 8 to 10 feet. Now it's 8 to 12 feet back again for Charlotte Harbor. 6 to 10 feet all the way down Chokoloskee, I think that's how you say that. Storm surge. And when you look at the inundation map, you can see all the red. It's going all the way for southern. You're getting it by Naples. All this red is deep inundation. It's going to be flooded. Look at this. Port Charlotte, Fort Myers, Cape Coral. Look at all that red. And also Port Charlotte. All that red. Now Tampa, yours is still going down because of this, but you still got a lot of rainfall. So you're going to still be getting a foot plus of rainfall coming. So that's going to be bad enough in itself. Can we just nuke it? The chat has turned to church. Let me tell you something. When your life's threatened, there's no better place to be than believers by your side, brother. Well, that was not good news. So they're expecting it to stay a 3. And it did push it off land a little bit further. Let's see what storms y'all still getting from northern Florida. Yep, you still got more storms headed y'all way. All up towards Palm Bay, Orlando, y'all getting storms now. Palm Bay, these storms are steady going northern for you, and it could be for a number of hours. So we definitely want to keep an eye on that and see what comes out of that. The main thing you got to watch for is for these storms to train. Okay, that is so dangerous where it's going to be training from. Let's bring it back on the winds. The winds are so important. Does everybody have a safe spot for themselves? Do y'all have your information? Do you have things packed in case you need to go to your safe area? I mean, you need to make sure your medication is pretty much no turnaround limit, but you got to make sure you got your medication with you. Have any important paperwork with you guys. Make sure you got food and water to last you a few days. If you have no water, is that dry air getting in there? If you have no water saved up, go fill up your tub. You can use that to drink. It won't harm you. You drink it, it will keep you alive. What do I mean by train? You see how these cells are right behind each other. Let me put it on reflectivity so you can see it. You see how we have these cells one after another, and it goes all the way down towards Cuba. So this is all going in one direction. So say the storm slows down a little bit, instead of heading north, that would bring this north, and it just sits around where it's at and starts heading back east. All these cells are going to keep going towards, in this instance, Miami. And all of these has a chance to become a tornado if it gets a little bit of spin, a little bit of shear in it, a little rotation, spin up a tornado very quickly. And that's pretty much what you get out of bands from hurricanes. You get quick spin ups, and they're always in this right quadrant over here from off the center. Yes, they all just run in and train together. Now, this is all going in a revolving pattern. So just because you see this go up over Cape Coral, don't mean it's leaving. It's going to revolve around the center, and then this band that's down here is going to stretch out and do the same thing all over again. So this is going to be over and over and over with these bands as this moves forward. Let's see what the wind field has changed to with that update, because that was pretty major that they're going to make it a Cat 3 on landfall. Like, long time. Tropical storm force winds still going all the way up to Columbia, Savannah, all the way up to Jacksonville. Not showing Tallahassee is in that tropical storm field. You're more like in the 40s and 50s wind gusts. And it's still not bringing it past Orlando with the hurricane wind gusts. So we'll see. But they definitely have it as a Cat 3 on landfall. And that's not good, because they're talking 127 miles per hour winds, guys. That's a lot. Like, wow. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will try to get to every single one of you. The main thing is I want to be able to answer any questions that y'all may have. Port St Lucie. Port St Lucie is about to get some bans come your way. So we have all these cells that's coming off the Atlantic, and they're going to be revolving around for hours. And these are a little heavy, but they'll get better as it gets closer. But these are heavy. And as this system moves further north, so will these bands. So instead of going to West Palm Beach, they'll be going towards Port St. Lucie. Matter of fact, did we just get a tornado warning? Yes, we just did. Right here by Port St. Lucie. So tornado warning is going to be in Port St. Lucie in 9 minutes. White City in 16 minutes. Let me see if there's anything special in the statement. Tornado warning remains in effect until 11:45 for southeastern St. Lucie and northeastern Martin counties. The tornado was located over Jensen Beach, and it was moving northwest at 30 miles per hour. So it has Port St. Lucie, 9 minutes. White City in 16 minutes. That's what we have now. I believe that's the only one for now. That's the only one for now. It will pick up. It will keep going. Adam Sanchez. Uh-oh. Come on, Adam. You still doing something? All right, bro. Sorry, Adam, man. I love you, man, but you gotta go, man. You can't be nasty like that to the people. You don't know if you're talking to a child, and you're talking like that. You can't do that. Yeah, I see. He's gone. We can't have somebody talking like that. You can go back to those other wild streams, man. I really don't like that stuff. It don't matter to me. Just go over there and do that. I don't want that on my people here. They don't need to hear that. They got enough. They got definitely enough going on. Let's see if there's an update on the tornadoes. We do have damage on... They said that was on social media. Let's see. Where is this at? Cooper City. They're showing it could be some possible damage, but they're not telling me what the damage is by Cooper City. Let me see if I can bring that up. No way. that's a crazy shot. All right, let me retweet these. I'll show them to you real quick. So you can see these from some damage that happened in Cooper City. It's the only tornado. All right, so here's what we have. We have this by Samantha Page. And this is the tornado by Cooper City that was hitting. We also have some damage by Jody Nicole at WSVN of the tornado. Getting some damage. I don't know if you can see it if I click on it. Yeah, good. You're getting some damage out there. That tree was toppled all the way over. You see that? All the way over. A big old healthy tree. Nice neighborhood too. Getting all toppled over. So if you want to see that, check out things over and over. Like I said before, just make sure you go to my Twitter. I have it retweeted. That way you can see it anytime. What's the chances of the eye going over South Cape Coral? Cape Coral. I don't see the eye going there when I check out the eye with high resolution rep refresh, and I see it with icon model. Neither one of them is showing that it's going to be a situation where it's going to go further and further to the south. If anything, this eye is trying to grow, and when it slows down, it'll get a little bit broader of a wind field, and it's going to go against the high pressure in Atlantic, and it's not allowing it to go too much further east. This eastern wobble is very small. Let's see where I'm seeing. But it's very close. When you look at the rain, it's very close. Let me show you so you can see what it is I'm talking about. It's very close to Cape Coral according to high resolution rapid refresh. So you have your center here, and this is by noon tomorrow, and it's putting all this surge over in this way, and it's hard to move a little bit. But if you go just till 2 p.m., it's still there. 3, it should move by 3. By 3. And it goes from this direction straight across to this direction, not an eastern direction. But still, at the same time, you're going to be right where this flow of this surge is going to be. I really believe that Northport, as well as Cape Coral, I believe because of y'all harbors, I believe it's really going to be a lot of inundation for you guys over there. Excuse me. Adam was talking sexually explicit stuff, and it was really nasty. And he was saying it to people, and you don't know if you were even talking to a child. They're coming for you. Not me. That's for sure. So we got to watch all this banding that we have going on right now, and it's all coming down by Miami as well. Look at this long banding. Homestead, Miami, this is all coming your way. All these cells, all the way down, are going to rotate all the way around, maybe towards Cape Coral as well. That's a possibility. How many warnings we got? Still just the one. Now we got 2. All right, we got a new one. Let's zoom to it. National Weather Service in Miami has issued a tornado warning for south central Broward County and southeastern Florida until midnight, guys. It was located near Weston or 7 miles west of Pembroke Pines, moving northwest at 20 miles per hour. Let's take a look. So he's going to Pembroke Pines. Let's get my next red out. Not seeing any damage yet. Let's see how thick it is with the liquid. It's pretty weak. That's a pretty weak. It's just spin up. You imagine with this, there's always just a lot of quick spin ups. Let's see how bad the gate to gate is. Nope, not yet. And we don't have it on base velocity yet neither. Nothing. I mean, it's got some strong winds in the cell, but after it passed by, it kind of weakened down a little bit. We'll just keep our eye on it. We'll see what's going on with it. Yeah, I'm not picking up a lot on it, especially not vertical. Not picking up a lot of vertical liquid on that, guys. But there is a lot of wind gust in that cell. 50 miles per hour wind gusts. With that cell, it's pretty strong. Getting almost in the 60s now. It's starting to pick up on the winds, guys. These winds are starting to pick back up. Mark, give us an amen. Amen. Hallelujah. God bless you, man. That made me laugh. That's funny. I spoke with a woman a while back from the Bahamas, and her husband wanted to talk to me, so we was talking on the phone, and you can hear her in the background doing the amen. It was really, it was I don't know, cute, I guess is a word, but it was pretty cool. I was loving that. All right, let's see what we have. Golly, how far did you stretch the cities out? No way that city is way out there. It's showing my city label is way off by Africa somewhere, so I'm just going to leave that alone. Still got just a 2. Still got just a 2. How bad is that cell? It is looking like it's getting a little bit of a hook to it. It's rain wrapped. Yeah, rain wrapped. See this big long band? Look at this. Big long band. Each one of these could easily be a spin up. So we got to keep on top of that for a bit, because that could turn into something very quick. Where all of a sudden you have 2, then you got 8 or 9 tornado warnings. I can't believe they turned that into a Cat 3. But see how it goes from a 3 straight to a tropical storm. So they don't know when it's going to weaken, but they just showing it will be strong for landfall. That's the Icon model. They're going by the Icon model. Definitely going by the Icon model. Because the Icon model is the only one showing all that information. All right, guys. We're getting some intensification going on here now. We're getting some strong thunderstorm activity going all the way around the center. And it's almost all the way around. We're about to see this intensify to that Cat 4 soon. Look at it. It's almost all the way around with heavy thunderstorms. This is definitely going to be intensifying soon. Now that will wind everything up. It'll make these bands more powerful. That's coming up on the east side of Florida as well. So we got to watch that. That all has an effect down the line. Palm Bay, I think that these cells, as this comes a little further north, these cells that are going towards Port St. Lucie right now, and the ones towards Miami will be going towards Port St. Lucie. One towards Port St. Lucie will be going higher up towards Palm Bay. It's just a matter of time. Now, the ones that's going towards Port St. Lucie and West Palm Beach, these are very weak cells. The ones we want to look at are these. Heavy precipitation inside of them. That's the ones that could really bring problems. But I could see more tornado spin-ups out of these cells that's coming on now in between Homestead and Miami. Right now, all we have is the one. And it expires in 13 minutes. All right. Let's see what your wind gust is on that. See if it's getting any better or worse. Looks like it's getting stronger a little bit. So right now it's by Weston. Weston's getting 50 miles per hour wind gusts passing through. So there is some strong winds coming with it. And it is right in that banding. So we'll see what happens to that. We should keep our eye on that just because it's staying in that heavy precipitation path, that it won't die out so quick. Yeah, it's trying to do the eye, guys. It is definitely intensifying. For sure. Naples is actually going to be, I think, is a good chance to be in the storm surge as well, because they're bringing it to where it's right now. It is still moving north, but they're expecting it to soon take that northeast path. And as strong as this eye is going to be, I think you're going to get a lot of onshore flooding from that as well with the storm surge. Let me look at the storm surge for Naples and see. Yeah, let me show you what the expected impact is for Naples with this storm surge, so you can see what it is. So anytime you're looking at it, you can see right here for Naples. Let me bring this over. That you're expected somewhere from 6 to 10 feet. And you can see the inundation. I mean, Cape Coral obviously is going to be really bad. But when you go to look at Naples, you can see that it is 6 to 10 feet in all of this red. And it's going to be up to 6 feet in all of this orange and 3 feet with the yellow. So all of this red for Naples and East Naples, a lot of storm surge inundation is expected for your area for sure. And it's getting stronger. The system is growing and it's getting stronger. I hate Lakeland. I don't hate Lakeland. Why would I hate Lakeland? All right, so you are getting storms. They're just not the direct storms, but you can see you do have storms coming to you. There's Kissimmee. You just had storms pass over you, Kissimmee. There's Lakeland. You got some storms coming towards you. But at the same time, these storms up here will eventually go further north as it spreads out and wraps around. So you will get these also. Let me see if I still have that option I used to use. I think I turned that off a while back. But I used to use it, and it used to work pretty good on giving you insights on what to expect. Yeah, I turned it off. I'm definitely going to activate that back because that was a big help. Yeah, I'll leave that on so you can still see that you got them storms headed north, eventually going towards Daytona Beach. But look, it just stands out like a sore thumb. Look at this terrible train of cells being pulled up. And then you get in this band over here that's tightening up around the center. Definitely closing the eye a lot smaller. And it's definitely getting storms all the way around it. So that is definitely strengthening up, and we'll be doing something soon. But this band right here will be growing as well, and that should be whacking against Naples sooner or later. No sound. Why did somebody say that? It is picking it up good. And let me turn this one on. Yeah, it's picking it up good. Sound should be just fine. Did it take a jog more north? No, but right now it is headed north. It's going north at 10 miles per hour at the moment, 947 millibars. So it is headed north, but they do predict it to move. What has updated is they raised it. Instead of a Cat 2 going by Port Charlotte and Arcadia, they actually have it as a major hurricane Cat 3. 127 miles per hour wind, sustained winds, with 155 miles per hour wind gust expected to come with that, guys. So that's not looking good at all. Tornado updates. We have the one tornado still. It expires in 7 minutes. Still got the one. It's not looking super fantastic. I don't see a lot going on with that, especially on the gate to gate. Let me turn off the basic. I'm not seeing it on the gate to gate. Neither the winds just are not there. Now it does have some vertical liquid. I like to look for certain things that gives me clues. It's not moving with it. Gotta let it update. Vertical liquid lets you know that you could be dealing with a tornado as well that has hail inside. There's different ways to find your answer. That's for sure. So it still has a good amount of storms and liquid inside of it. Not picking up any damage or any funnel on the ground at the moment. Storm relative. Let me turn off smoothing. The smoothing option, it looks good, but there's a lot of data you will miss if you leave the smoothing option on. You really don't want the smoothing option on. So it looks like it had a chance, but looked like it's weakening back down now. It looked like it's weakening back down. We will keep our eye on it. It does have a nasty little coupling right there of this red going into the green right here. So we do need to watch that. You can see the difference when you put it on reflectivity with the smoothing. But it is moving 33 miles per hour. It is a very strong cell. So we do need to keep an eye on it. Okay, it does have a nasty little coupling with the green and the red. But that is the only one so far, and it expires in a few minutes. $22,000 without power? Yep, 22.8 without power. What program do you use? WSV3. I've been using it for a long time. It is it's very good software. There's a lot of things involved with it, but it's very good if you know how to use it. I've been using it for a few years. So that tornado warning remains in effect until midnight for central Broward County. They saw it over East Tollgate on Alligator Alley, 12 miles northwest of Pembroke Pines moving northwest at 20 miles per hour. I'm abusing my coffee. That's a shame. Commercially available, yes. You have to buy a commercial license to use it. Tampa versus Orlando, who's worse off? Tampa's getting a lot of rainfall, so it's really not fair. Orlando's getting a lot of rainfall, even more possibly than Tampa, in my opinion, because Orlando's getting the winds as well. But you see how the track changed dramatically. Like earlier, it had it going more north, and Orlando was in the right front quadrant of the system, so it was under the tornado threat. Now it's moved it a little more of a southerly path, still going north, but it's below Orlando now, to where Orlando could be getting a lot more heavier rain totals. And the storm surge is still the same as I last told. And so is the rainfall amounts. Those have not changed yet. It's still very heavy for everybody all across Florida. Excuse me. Let's see. Let me show you the other rain that everybody is getting, because this is a bigger system. Bombay should be seeing the storms for sure. Bonita Springs. Okay. So Bonita Springs, right now you're okay. You have some rain that is moving through, but you do not have serious banding or storms yet. However, when this storm comes in, if it stays on the path the National Hurricane Center says, you're still going to be in the storm surge area, the heavy wind impacts. Matter of fact, let me check the winds just to make sure of that. I don't want to tell you wrong on the winds. Just 1 second so I can get this for you. All right. So within the next 3 days, well, the next 2 days, it has Bonita Springs right on the bottom. You are at some high winds. It's 100 miles per hour wind gusts, but you're right at the bottom of the more fierce winds that are out there. So you have Bonita Springs. This is an icon model. I'll show you a high resolution rapid refresh also. But you see how it's coming in hot, 120 miles per hour. Still all the way up to Sarasota now with 100. And it is going all the way to Sebring with the 90s. That's 90 actually when you zoom in with that white. HRRR on the 48 hours. I just closed that. My bad. Let me get that back. Now HRRR on the 48 hours. Now let me set this up to my browser page, because I just closed him. Sorry about that. All right. So let's get it back with high resolution, rapid refresh on the winds for the next 48. So as we zoom in, we'll see what your Bonita Springs and everything, how you're right on the edge of what this is saying that you're going to get. A lot of people are in some very bad winds. I mean, thousands and thousands of people are in some very bad winds. So in the next 48 hours, it does show that it goes all the way down by Bonita Springs, according to higher resolution rapid refresh. And it brings over 100 miles per hour wind gusts. Shadowwood right above you gets 115. So it all depends where it's going to curve at and how thick this eye is going to be. Yeah, I don't know anybody that could sleep right now through this. This is a lot going on, and if it was me, I wouldn't be able to sleep through it. To be honest with you, there's no way I'd be able to sleep through all this going on. There's no way. Tampa is looking better. Still a lot of heavy rainfall for Tampa, and you still have winds coming your way. You're just not getting that 10 feet storm surge, which was predicted. That has changed. Track's still the same. See what they updated on the rainfall totals. Yeah, those are still the same as well. Tornado warning has expired. The tornado warning is all gone. Arcadia is actually looking like it's going to get some high winds. The track changed to where it's going to go right by Arcadia. Let me show you. So they updated it to where it's, instead of a Cat 2, it's going to be a Cat 3, but they have the track going right by Arcadia. And you're about to get some storms to revolve around on you as well. I'm just glad we're not getting a bunch of... There's one right there. I was just glad we wasn't getting a bunch of tornado warnings out of all these cells coming offshore. Yeah, and it dissipated. It's coming and going. It just didn't stay long. Still got to watch it. These kind of tornadoes is what we're going to see a lot of. Quick flare-ups. Lakeland? Didn't I just do Lakeland? Yeah, I still got it in my search. I just did Lakeland. Lakeland's looking at 80 miles per hour wind gust. That's according to higher resolution rapid refresh. 80 miles per hour wind gust, and your rainfall totals is 7 inches, but just south of you is double that. So it all depends if this path changes. That's why I was trying to tell everybody. Not only we watch out for these bands, but when this comes on land, and this is what it does, it wobbles all the way to land. If you look at the track, you'll actually see that it's doing a wobble. So when it comes on land, it's not just going to be a nice little curve. It could hit land and then wobble back north before it wobbles back east, and everything could change. So really what you see now possibly will not be the impacts in another 3 or 4 hours. They are narrowing down the impacts as we keep going, and they're just getting better and better. And we definitely are getting rapid intensification now in a smaller eye. Please answer the young man in Bahamas. Well, you have some cells coming through western Bahamas. Now, as far as hurricane winds or a lot of rainfall in the Bahamas, I'm not showing any of that. For the wind accumulation, let me show you. Excuse me. Let me show you so you can see. For the Bahamas, for the wind accumulation, you're mostly looking at 40 miles per hour wind gusts, up to 50 by Freeport. But as far as central or southern, it's not looking that bad. And as far as the rain amount, next 48 hours is kind of sporadic, 2 to 3 inches according to high resolution rapid refresh. But you're definitely going to get some rain bands coming through from these bands. Let me show you. These bands right here that is moving through, this is going to continue also for right here. So this one right here won't affect you. But these bands that are moving through now, this is going to continue for the rest of the night into the early morning hours when it moves out northern Bahamas. And then you don't have anything to worry after that. After that, this is all headed north. Yeah, definitely don't run your generator inside, guys. I think everybody knows better than to do something like that. That's why I'm trying so hard to give everybody a solar generator. It's going to take a long time at the pace that we're going, but at least we're getting them out there. I'd like to do them once a week. That would be more suitable for me. What about power? I forgot to bring my power back. Still 22,000 without power. Let's see. But make sure to help get the word out to people. Let people know this has upgraded to a major hurricane going further into landfall. It's not a 2. It is going to be a 3 with winds of 127 miles per hour. So if you can, if you go to Twitter, if you use Twitter, go retweet my stream. I did tweet it out. That way you can see it. I like Jordan Hall. Jordan Hall is a cool guy. He went to Puerto Rico when Puerto Rico got hit, and he did a lot of good help down there. I really do like him. If y'all follow him. Five miles north of Fort Myers. Oh. I swear, 1 second you think you know where something is and it just disappears on you. And I know I'm going to find it right where I thought it was. Is Sydney all right? Gotcha. Thank you. See how it disappears and it shows itself? I'm trying to get it to where you can see it. All right, so you can see where Fort Myers Beach is right here. And right now, that is right where our storm is going. So you're definitely going to be getting storm surge. Matter of fact, I believe it went up for you. Let me pull this up so you can see what it is I'm talking about. Yes. All right. So look at this so you can see it. Then right after this, I have to do a quick bio break. So you can see the storm surge that's been updated. You have it all the way to 8 to 12 feet, all the way down to Bonita Beach. But Chocolosky, sorry, you have all this is all 6 to 10 feet. So it is all 8 to 10 feet of storm surge in this region. The inundation, let me see if I can bring that up for you so you can see your area. There it is. Just 1 second. And you can see it here. Cape Coral, Fort Myers Beach. You're getting the heaviest. You got all the red. You are getting anywhere from 8 to 10 feet of storm surge, hurricane winds. Let me put you back on the radar real quick. I'm going to go take a bio break real quick, and I will be back in about 2 minutes. It won't be that long, but I'll be as quick as I can, guys. Give me 2 minutes. While I'm up, I'm going to go ahead and refill my coffee cup. Give me 1 more minute. All right, I'm back, guys. Had to hurry up and fill up my coffee while I was at it. What has changed? Nothing. Okay, good. Let's see if we got anything. Yeah, I don't know anybody that could sleep through all this. I mean, I wouldn't be able to sleep knowing this. I mean, I know Floridians, they're like, if you're scared of a Cat 1 hurricane, you're not from Florida. I totally understand that. But as far as, I don't think that's something easy to get used to by a long shot. Let's see what we got on the latest. We got flooding in Florida Keys. Power got knocked out. Cuba had some destruction. That's it so far. Nobody else posted anything yet. I'll keep my eye open for it. It's going that way. It's predicted to get up to 132. I really didn't like that. I really didn't like seeing that Cat 3 update. That was not good at all. Cuba's out of power. Is there a way to search that up? Yeah, I agree. If it would have went right in between, it would have definitely been a 5. Yeah, they have total electrical outage. I just don't see. It's all news articles. I don't see. Yeah, I don't see the Cuba power outage scale anywhere. Do I think it will move eastward again? It's supposed to go on that east-northeast track. Right now, it's on north. It can wobble. At this point, this is where it wobbles, and it's hard for them to predict where landfall is. But it will be wobbling. It's not going to be a smooth ride. Hey, Avis, good to see you. It's always good to see all of you guys. I haven't live streamed in so long, and I've done it so often, so long ago. It's just, I don't know, it's kind of like you miss your community when you don't do it for that long. It gets to you when you get used to it. Y'all know how it is when you do YouTube for a job. It's so demanding time wise that y'all are my friends. I don't have any friends outside of this job in my family. Palm Bay, you got some nasty storms coming your way for a good duration as well. These are coming right behind that one. You think it's going to wobble northwest? A satellite view of Cuba with no lights at all. Wow. Wow. Yeah, y'all getting some nasty little storms coming up on the beach now. You see how all these are going to train now? You see how these are all further north? And each one of these cells could easily spin up a tornado. Just like these down here. Just like this band down here. So now you have this band this big band that's going over Bahamas right now will be curving somewhere towards the Palm Bay region. This area over by Port St Lucie, this is the next area that these cells are going to be passing through. And you can see the strong cells. But there's more out there. It's just as far as the radar could reach. I would do a further northern radar, but then we wouldn't be able to see what's going on with the eye, because the eye tells you the whole story. If this eye intensifies, all impacts down the road intensifies. So we have to keep our eye on the eye, so to speak, just to be sure. But these storms are starting to head further north. Daytona Beach, y'all getting some rain coming, but you're not having storms yet. They're pretty far south. Reefer, I'm not going to show that, man. If you keep it up, I'm going to have to get rid of you. No offense. What's the euro predicting? That's a good question. Let's take a look. Give me 1 second. Let me look through it. Bringing 16 inches to Sarasota. Still the same winds that everything else is seeing. 120 from Sarasota to Cape Coral. But longer track, the rain curves further north with the euro. Let me show you this, because the other ones isn't showing this high of a curve to the north. The rest of them are showing it's a little bit different. So according to the euro, this will come in by Sarasota, bringing heavy rainfall. You zoom in, you can see the heaviness. It's bringing heavy rainfall by Sarasota, and then it's curving on a sharp north, and is bringing Palm Coast, 17 inches, St. Augustine, Jacksonville. This is within the next 5 days. That's a lot of rainfall. When you go by the Icon, which is a good model, I'll keep saying that over and over. Anybody that uses it knows what I'm talking about. The Icon takes it on a different path. And when you go by National Hurricane Center on their path, you can see it's almost like the Icon is going straight across. See, the Icon's going straight across and then curving. And that's what National Hurricane Center has. Euro has it to where it's pretty much shooting northward after that. There's a way to check that. Let me see if I can bring this page up for you so you can see it without it. Yeah, without it getting hit with that. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me stretch this out the way. Maybe you can see it then. No, it's still not helping. The euro isn't showing what National Hurricane Center is saying. I wish I can show y'all this, but it gets so big. Let me add another browser just so I can try and show this to you, because this is important information that you really need to see, because the track is way different on this one than what National Hurricane Center has. So 1 second, let me add 1 second, let me get a new browser. Put it on windy. All right, and we'll put it, I'll put the source from windy. Let's see if it lets me do it that way. It ain't pulling it. Yeah, there it goes. All right, so now you kind of can see it. Let me stretch this out. So it's kind of out of the way, but not really. Let's see. So if I move this further, does that help? Zooming in don't help neither. It really don't help. I'm trying to show you this. What I'm going to do is I will I will put the link in the description, not in the description, in the chat, so you can see it for yourself. It's different impacts, different intensity on what is going to be on this track. And you'll see what I'm talking about. All right, so you click it on Euro. All right, I'm going to put this in the chat, and you click on this, and you'll see for yourself that Euro has it. Thank you so much. Euro has it going down. Here, click on this. And make sure on the left it says Euro, not NOAA. Because Euro has it going down to a 2 with a western wobble coming up soon. And then a eastern wobble back as a 1 by Cape Coral. It's not showing what National Hurricane Center is seeing, but National Hurricane Center is a bunch of expert meteorologists. They're not a weather model with data in it. So let's remember that, all right? The software is WSV3. I'll put the link in the description. I used to get this all the time when I first started using it. Then everybody started using it. So it was it's whatever. It was funny. Well, let me show you where I get this from. All right. Here's the link to the software. There is a trial version that you wouldn't have to pay anything, but you wouldn't get the NextRad capabilities like you see up here above me. Let me fix this for you. So you wouldn't get this NextRad, and this NextRad is really how you handle another tornado warning. How you handle these cells with these tornadoes and everything that comes up with that as well. Excuse me. So now we have tornado warning for northern Broward County and southeastern Florida, south central Palm Beach County, and southeastern Florida. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over mile marker 30 on Alligator Alley, or 15 miles west of Sunrise, moving northwest at 35 miles per hour. And this is the bad boy we see right here. Let's see what we got with that. I'm not showing any damage, not yet at least. Gate to gate. Turn this off. All right. No, it's not. It's not really producing anything. These are going to be so fast. They're going to be quick spin ups the whole time. Yeah, it was strong and then it weakened down. See, it was a very strong cell, and you see it stays strong all the way through it. And then it weakened down in the last few shots. We'll keep our eye on it. It does have a lot of winds behind it. High 50 miles per hour wind gusts coming with it. Looks like almost 60 right there. I'll zoom in a little bit better and see if our numbers pan out. High 50s. Look, high 50s are with that. But you can see the trail of the banding. It's just going to keep following this way. These right here will curve up somewheres along the east coast of Florida. We'll just have to stay on top of it. A large tornado in Davie. I saw they had a bunch of tornadoes earlier. It was just starting to really pop off. Let me see if I can bring that up. Yeah, no, it's not showing anything good out here to show anybody. Just all news media outlets. Yeah, that eye is starting to look nice and strong now. It is definitely growing fast. Yeah, it's definitely intensifying, guys. I think we will see that 4 soon. Did the wind field change when it... Did we check the wind field? It hasn't changed. It's funny, they updated it to stronger, but the wind field hasn't changed. Yeah, Marco. I think Marco is really going to get a lot of storm surge. Now, when this banding, all these bands right here, these thick bands, when these come around, that's when you're going to get a lot of the wind damage. How is the power going? 18,000. So it's getting better. That's good. That's real good. Yeah, I don't think Russia's going to invade while we're getting a hurricane, man. I think you're going to be all right. Yeah, it's got some winds with that. How good is it? Echo tops. 60,000? 50,000. So it's really starting to grow on the southern side of the eye. These are echo tops. This is the very high altitude of your thunderstorms. And this is where it breathes out the top. It's where it just keeps ventilating and growing. And right now, your echo tops are 50,000 on the south side, 40 to 50,000 on the west side. And it gets really shallow to 30 on the north. And you're having problems going all the way around to the east side. So it's having problems breathing up there. So that's affecting it. A lot of storms around that center, though. If it could just get it around the east side, it would be strengthening rather crazy, but it just can't get around the east side of that right now. I'm going to check another run in a little bit and see what is going on with that. Matter of fact, let's do a run and see what the future path of this storm is looking like. So let's do this. Turn you off. Let's do high resolution. Get the reflectivity for the next 48 hours. All right, let that load up and we'll take a good look at that. Yeah, if we could harness the energy from one of these storms, it would be amazing. And I know they know how to demolish these storms. They know how to stop things. They know how to grow things. They could stop this if they wanted to. All right, let's see what we can find out as far as a possible landfall. And you see... What time was that? 1? Right around 1 o'clock in the morning, you can see the time up here on the top left. right around 1 o'clock in the morning, it does get thunderstorms all the way around it. It tries to intensify it, but you can see that the dry air still gets inside of it. It tries again at 7 o'clock, still not making landfall yet. You're still getting all these big bands whipping all across you all morning long. The morning is going to be rough. So imagine people that's not live streaming now because they don't want to go past their 4 hours or whatever for YouTube. You'll see them again in the morning because this is going to get rough. Come 8 o'clock in the morning, it starts to get into the eye with that dry air, but it still tries to form. Can't quite get back together. So far it is looking like pretty much the track that they have it on. So that would put all your storm surge from Cape Coral all the way around to the Everglades, East Naples. All this would be all the storm surge impacts with the way we're looking at this track. But it is going on a northern path. So I believe when all this comes around, this is where the heavy banding is. This is where the big bands are going to come through southern Florida the most. Then it lifts north. And pretty much southern Florida don't have any more of the problems. This is all the way till 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Looks like it stops around 3 p.m. for Miami. And maybe some more banding for our people in the Bahamas a little bit after that. That is a possibility as that moves over. All right, let's clear that. Let's go back to our storm. Do I believe in climate change? Yeah, that's a lot of salt water. It is going to mess up your Everglades. Do I believe in climate change? If you look at the maps that everybody shows you, you'll see how everything seems to be getting warmer and warmer through the years. So it's hard to know what to believe because once you try YouTube and you learn about editing and all the green screen and all that stuff, right? Well, you start not believing the news because you see how easy it is. They can make the green screen with the little banner in front, News 9 and all this overlays that they add to the video to make them look important. And they're just regular people. Regular people now do that. So it's kind of hard to believe what anybody says because they make their own diagrams of information that they want to present to you. I don't know how accurate that information is, to be honest with you. I know that the earth naturally cleanses itself like a filter when it goes through these changes. Every 10,000 years ago, Africa was once a very tropical forest and not a big desert over there. So the world goes through changes. It's naturally made that way. We've made it worse, of course, with all of man's made stuff and all the atmosphere that we kill and all the priceless minerals that we just abuse. But I don't believe another person's information. That's hard for me to take because the news kind of messed that up. I don't take anybody in a point of a position of power. I don't believe them. I think there's always an ulterior motive for everything he says and does. And eventually it gets driven by that. So if it's a money driven, then it's just corrupt. We got another tornado. Interior Broward County, and let me zoom to it. Hold on 1 second. Let me zoom to that for you. Interior Broward County in South eastern Florida until 1 o'clock in the morning. And then we got this one. This one is the same one running. Yep. It was near the intersection of Alligator Alley. This is the same thing. That's it. So you expect in Tampa a lot of rainfall. Tampa is getting a lot of rainfall. I mean, it was the storm surge before. Not anymore. Now it's just, you're still getting storm surge, but you're going to get just as much rain from the rainfall coming down. It's just going to be just as bad. Yeah, the gate to gate is weak on that. Yeah, even the echo tops are very short on that. Very short lived. You're going to see these spin ups. We're going to see these spin ups like crazy. That's one thing this hurricanes are famous for is quick spin ups. You see a lot of quick spin ups. But we'll keep an eye on it. I'm trying to watch this eye and see what this eye is going to do. Let me bring up y'all rain in the north so you can see everything everybody's getting. But I'm trying to watch this eye, because this eye depicts everybody else's impacts down the line. Sarasota is going to be a lot of rain as well. Everything north of the eye, which is going to be Sarasota, Tampa, all that. Y'all going to be getting all of the storms, while later potentially this dry air eats up the southern half of this eye. It won't affect the northern half, so y'all still going to get the big impacts. Matter of fact, the rain, I can show you how much it is updated. So they have updated the rainfall. It's still the same one I showed y'all earlier. It's just in case somebody didn't see this yet. But the rainfall has updated to everywhere in this pink is 15 to 20 inches of rainfall. So even though they got that dry pocket on the south side and it causes less rainfall on southern Florida still has southern Florida still has those rain bands that are coming in with the chances for tornadoes. So that's where your threat comes in. All up here is going to be massive flooding with some storm surge. All down here is going to be massive storm surge also with flooding. So all of Florida is getting affected by what is happening. The Panhandle is the only ones that's not going to get the severity. It could have been a lot worse, but it's starting to curve away from the Panhandle, so they're not getting the worst of the impacts, which is good. We don't want everybody to be involved. This is going to be a pretty hectic situation, honestly. But if you want to help us reach out to more people, you can always help by going to my Twitter, and you can always retweet my stream. I'll put it out there and I tweeted it out. If you go there and retweet it, you help us more and more get recommendations. That's always been the trick for getting recommended, is you got to get 10%. Everything's 10% with YouTube. Out of all your views, 10% of your likes will be dislikes. 10% of your subscribers will be your views. It's just 10% usually is what you get out of all that work. So you got to make it as big as possible so your little 10% will be as big as possible. So whenever you get people to retweet or share or like more than 10% than what you're used to getting, that's when they get suggested, you get trending. So what a lot of people are doing now, like I know one, he started off with world news and on TikTok. So they're used to hitting the like button. They're kind of trained in that way to just hit the like button to share. That's just what they do on TikTok. So when he brought that to YouTube, it helped the algorithm of sharing and liking, and it helps you get seen in front of people that don't normally see you. So that does help a lot. At the same time, 11 million people in Florida. This is impacting a lot. It's a little hard to believe that there's nobody out there trying to find information, but can't find information because certain people don't want to live stream past 4 hours because all they want is their pay. Past 4 hours, it starts becoming a long process in your YouTube studio. You go past 12 hours, it's just on processing forever. It'll never get processed. So you never get paid for it. So that's why you see a lot of YouTubers, they do 4-hour streams. That's why you see them do 4-hour streams. It kind of helps you figure out what some people are about when they just want to stream the 4 hours. It's kind of rinky if you ask me. The people that are really in harm's way and they need help, there it goes. Look, it's starting to intensify. Look at that. Going all the way around. We're finally getting the storms on the east side of the eye. It's about to go towards that Cat 4. But the people that really need the help, you're not going to be there for them because you're really in it just for money and just get your 4 hours. I don't even care about that. I'm never going to hit this commercial button on YouTube to put an ad in the reel. Once you're in here, you're in here. That's it. There's not going to be any of that. Looks like we have another one. Same thing. Here it is, 11:45. Tornado warning for northern Broward County and southeastern Florida, southwestern Palm Beach County, and southeastern Florida until 1:15. It was located 9 miles southeast of Holy Land Wildlife Refuge or 23 miles west of Coral Springs, moving northwest at 35 miles per hour. Got a lot of winds. Let's see what the winds are with it, with the wind gusts. It's got some pretty strong winds with it. Get rid of that. Get up to the 50 miles per hour, 55 in some areas. It's got some strong winds with it, some strong wind gusts. But as far as it being something we need to look at, I'm not picking up any damage yet. I mean, just give it time. It's just getting started. But the gate-to-gate haven't shown up on any of these yet tonight. And the echo tops, you can tell it's really not breathing too good. It's not breathing too good. It's all lower on the amount. That is literally 20,000. That's 30,000. That's yellow. What you want to see is this orange. You get this orange in the middle of one of these, and you got something breathing really, really good and healthy. But we'll keep our eye on it. See what happened to... Yeah, we'll keep our eye on it for sure. Yes, it is headed north right now. Right now it's going north at 10 miles an hour, 947 millibars, 121 miles per hour. So the pressure is pretty low. The hurricane warning did stretch out further down Florida. That was a change that did do earlier. We could have a long-lived cell right here. Let me look at that and see what long-lived cells we're going to be having for today. Can't show you though. Most of them is off land, and we got a strip. We got a strip that looks like it can be going towards this Miami, just like we've been looking at. And it shows that this strip is going to be a hot number right where we're looking at these warnings now. So it's definitely going to be bad when these cells just keep training north. And these right here are going towards Port St Lucie. It's going to take a while for those to turn. But look at this. It is definitely strengthening up. Thank you so much. God bless you all. You see that? Thunderstorms all the way around. It's definitely intensifying now. The wind field didn't change. None of that's updated. I wonder why none of that updated yet. Let's put your storms back on there for you. So right now we just got two tornado warnings that's coming out of these cells that are traveling past Miami and past Fort Lauderdale. 3/4 of an inch of hail. Expires in 22 minutes. This one expires in 6 minutes. So we'll keep our eye on it. Yeah, see how it's losing. See how it's real thick? And then when you move forward, you'll see how it loses a lot of its precipitation and it thins out. That's what you're going to have a lot of quick burners. But it's just enough for them to call it a tornado. Just enough to get a vortex coming down, possibly touching. Let's see if the tornadoes has moved up on count. Yeah, it's showing possible damage. Yeah, that's when we looked at damage includes overturned and toppled cars. We've seen that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 9 tornadoes so far today. So it's still racking up. I mean, it's not going to stop anytime soon. Will the red ring turn white? No. The next palette, if you look on the top up here, I believe you can see that. Yes. So if you look on the top up here, the red is where it's at. And then when it gets worse, it'll turn to the black. It'll turn black, then pink, then it'll turn to a bright blue, which is crazy strong. You normally don't see that. Then you would see the white. So now you see the black first. It'd darken up first. See if anybody put anything out there lately. Thank you for everybody that helped and retweeted that for me. I appreciate it. I'm sure we did help somebody out with that, because just one little bit, it actually does a lot. The pink circle is below the eye. That pink circle should be moving. This is the wind rally, the wind field, the wind diameter. But when you turn it on, it's not under the center no more. All this should be right here under the eye, and it's not moving. It's not updated. So it needs to update. And then you can see the track of hurricane force winds all the way up to this pink. And then all this blue is tropical storm force winds. And then these bigger pinks, like this one right here, but it's not a solid pink, it's just a bigger pink. That's hurricane force wind gust. So there's a lot of winds with it, but it's not moved up. I just want to grab it and move it. It's not moved up where it needs to be. So that should be further north, honestly. See if you can see the wobble. No, you can't see the wobble. Miami is still getting these cells that came from Cuba. They're still coming from Cuba. And they're going to keep going in this path and revolve all the way around. And these cells could turn into issues like these are popping up to quick spin up tornadoes. It could easily do a water spout that becomes a tornado on land for Miami. The rest of them, this band right here is going to be further north, more like West Palm Beach. And then you have this band over here that is swinging all the way around towards Palm Bay. And you can see this, the storms are stretching out pretty far. But after it comes around, these are all going to get sucked back up into the storm while these next bands right here spreads out. And it's just going to be rinse and repeat over and over. I wish they'd fix that. That means that the impacts of the wind field isn't updated. Thank you. God bless you. When you going to sleep? I'm not. I tried. I couldn't. My mind kept thinking about everything going on, and I couldn't sleep. I get up every morning at 3:30. I check out the information. I make a video. I post it. After I post it, I talk to y'all as much as I can. And then it's time to do homeschool with my kids. Then after homeschool with my kids, make them lunch. And then I make an update video. So I didn't go to sleep since 3 o'clock this morning. I'm not going to sleep. I got coffee. I got a big mug of hazelnut coffee. I got a big old Red Bull in the refrigerator. I'm not going to sleep. Somebody needs to be awake and at least relay information. I can't believe... is that a third one? I actually can't believe somebody got off that got off. It just don't seem right. All right, we have a tornado warning for interior Broward County and southern... Wait, that's the last one. I'm reading them backwards. Let me do this. Tornado warning for central Collier County and southwestern Florida until 1:30. The thunderstorm was located near Copeland, 13 miles northeast of Everglades City, moving northwest at 40 miles per hour. So it is flying fast. And after these go around and this band expands out, this is going to be coming around as well. So this sucker is moving. 3/4 inch hail. It is moving 49 miles per hour. It expires in 30 minutes, sorry. Let's see. What's going on with you? All right, so far no damage. That's a good thing. But the gate to gate is weak on a lot of these. This means it's just quick spin ups. So it's just going to remain weak. They can do quick damage, but they leave just as quick as they come. They really do. It's got to be rain wrapped. Let's check all the levels. See if we can figure out where the rain wrapped portion is. And gust. Don't have a lot of winds with it. It's getting up to 50. So let's see if we can see what level this one is on. Check all the angles. You check all the angles on the rain wrap. Usually you can find it. It's very slight. Very slight. Let's check the density of it and see if we can see. It don't have a lot of liquid in that. Now when you have a strong one, you're going to get hail out of that. So you definitely would see some of that. And when you look at the probability of hail, it's don't even really pick anything up. So I don't expect that to last too much longer. That is the only two. Yeah, because the other ones are a update. So we just got these two for right now. The other ones are an update. This one, we already lost it. See, I told you it was going to lose. It didn't have the liquid inside of it. It's still on the last shot. It still shows it there, but give it a minute. It will expire. This one expires in 13 minutes. This one's all the way to 28 minutes. So this is going to go all the way towards Bonita Springs and Immokalee. So we'll keep our eye on it. Just want to see what's going on with these other cells, because before you know it, if you don't keep your eye on them, you have 6 or 8 of them. So you got to definitely stay on top of it. Put this where you can see. Yeah, the flooding is going to be really bad for a lot of people. And it's worse because it's going to be a minute before somebody can get to you and bring you help, because they're going to clear roads and make sure it's safe for them before they actually come out for you. The eye's expanded. I wasn't talking to you. Look at that. That eye is growing. Look at the size of it. Look at the size of the eye compared to the lower tip of Florida. That eye got big. It has grown. So that's not good. When you have thunderstorms all around it, you have the intensity, you have the strength, it's going to hold itself. It's going towards where it's supposed to be, going towards a Cat 4, but you have a bigger eye. So instead of storm surge going in somewhere like this, now you got a bigger field of storm surge going in somewhere. It's going to cover more area. So if it keeps up with that, it will definitely affect Marco and East Naples a little bit more. But definitely Port Charlotte, Cape Coral, y'all are getting this storm surge. See if they do any updates. They do some updates. Sometimes you got to just stay on top of them. Because sometimes National Hurricane Center, they don't wait for the 2 o'clock and all that. They just update it when they see fit. Nothing's changed, though, except for it being predicted to be a major hurricane right there still on land. That was the latest one. See if we got anything new yet on Twitter. See if anybody put anything out. Just a picture of Cuba with their power outage. I retweeted it. Yeah, just a picture of Cuba. I can show you real quick though. We got a moment. That's the picture we have of Cuba with the power outages they have over there. That's what they were talking about. I figured all that would have been down. I mean, they had some strong impacts. Then an hour ago, Hurricane Ian floods streets, knocks out power in Florida Keys. So I guess as people add them, they'll look at them. But until then, nobody's really putting up much. Well, it moved towards Tampa when it makes landfall. Nobody knows exactly what it's going to do. They have this path, and you can see it kind of did like a northern curve rather than that southern dip that it had before. But when it comes to land, it could easily wobble west to east. It's not known. It's not going to be a smooth transition. It never is. We just won't know until it happens, unfortunately. What you can do is you can look through the model data and it can give you a hint on what you could expect. Yeah, I pray for Cuba, man. They didn't have any coverage whatsoever. I figured somebody down there would have live streamed that for Cuba. And that eye is looking healthy. It's big and healthy. I think somebody said it's 60 miles wide. I mean, there's an app you can go measure it, but it is big and healthy with a nasty band just strengthening up. And that's the next one that's going to whip north as soon as you give it enough time. That one's going to bring a lot of winds. I wish they would update that. I wish they would update that. That would be a lot better. And you still got y'all rain up north. Right now it's going towards Sanford, just past Orlando. In Palm Bay, you're about to get your second group of thunderstorms headed north right to you soon. So those are definitely going that way. These cells are still tracking through Miami. There is a couple more cells that's coming after it, but that's a while away. That's not a near-time future. You're near Port St Lucie. That's where a lot of these cells are going to be training over and over for a while. So you need to watch out for that. Good chance for tornadoes. No, this software don't do wave height, but there's free ones like Windy that does all that. Windy does free wave height. Windy does a lot of things that you wouldn't imagine. Windy is very good. Windy's showing somewhere is 22, 25 feet. Right now on the wave height. For some reason, I would think that would be a little bigger. With something that fierce and strong winding up. I figured it'd be a lot bigger waves out there than 25 feet? Yeah, seeding. Yeah, if you watch Michael Morales, he has the best information showing about that. He even has them on video telling people how they can control the weather. You know, they can see these storms and put bunker fuel everywhere to heat them up. Gotta watch that eye. Because as soon as that eye tightens up, these bands are going to get more extreme as well. Sorry if some of you wanted music and stuff. I don't do that. I think it's best just to keep it calm, little atmosphere. As long as you're not quiet too long, it's pretty okay. That music just puts anxiety, unneeded anxiety, in my opinion. I haven't changed any of the information yet. Yeah, Mike Morales is awesome. I got both of his channels on my channel, recommending people to go see him. He's a good guy. Matter of fact, I believe YouTube won't even let him get monetized no more, and that's not right. Just because they don't like what he's talking about. It's not like he's making stories up. He's showing evidence. That's between him and YouTube. Nothing you can do about that. It's starting to get that feature now, that hurricane look to it. Starting to get the banding. Starting to get the big banding on both sides with a strong center. It's strengthening up. Yeah, no music. All that is extra, man. I'll put that dramatic music, and I don't do that stuff. It's just not for me. It's for other people. It just fits their personality. Me, I never was about all that extra. I think it's better just keep everything plain and simple. I think people can understand and relate to that a little bit easier than all the hype and so much going on. You literally got to tip a guy just to get your question across. It's just too much. It's unnecessary, is what it is. Are they picking that up? Nope. Still got 9 tornadoes. That's it so far. They're not picking anything up new. Nothing new yet on Twitter. No, I don't believe it'll reach a Cat 5 because it has that dry air that is going to be getting involved. And as it is doing this turn, is going away from the deep ocean heat content. So I really don't see it. I don't see it getting up to a 4. But they think it's going to get up to a 4. If anything, I think it'd be barely a 4. We'll see. I don't see it getting that strong. I don't have timing for a storm surge. All they have is impacts, no timing, and no updates on that neither. All that's still the same. Rainfall, everything is still the same. No updates yet on that. So we gotta wait for them to update us, to show us their presence. looks like the cells are getting less and less for what's headed towards Miami. We still got a couple down here that we still need to watch, but it looks like it's getting less and less for Miami. Yeah, I don't think information is getting updated with that satellite, because this didn't update, and the information on the storm is the same. None of that updated yet. They did update to 3. They felt that was important. Hope they're right. I mean, they're the ones that's putting that. I think it's pretty bad to put a 4 right there. That's pretty scary. Yeah, Palm Bay looks like you got a lot of storms just lingering around, headed your way. Tampa, you got some storms that's going to be coming your way soon. These are headed to the north. About another half hour, maybe 45 minutes. Space Coast. This resembles Charlie very much. Charlie went to Punta Gorda, but it was a Cat 5. But that's exactly where that hit, and that's what this was looking like. It was going in that way, just right below Venice. So that's what it was looking like. It's just like it, just not the same strength. I don't have the same atmosphere that Charlie had. How bad will Tampa get hit? Let me see what the icon is saying, because the icon is what. Matter of fact, if you look at the icon and you look at the euro, they're almost the same. It's just the euro brings it a little bit further north. Let me show you this. So let me put it on icon first. So you see how the icon has it going to Cape Coral, 120. Sarasota is going to get 99. Tampa, you're going to be 60 around the edge of 70 and 80. I mean, right on the edge. And Ural just takes it a little further to the north. Just a little bit less of the Cape Coral and Marco Island, more towards Lakeland, Sarasota, Tampa. Y'all has been looking like the hot spot all morning, all night long. So it's definitely going to be widespread power outages when this comes on land. It is going to be all the way from It's going to be all the way from Tampa, all the way to Orlando, all the way to Cape Coral. Everything within that, widespread power outages, because all it takes is a tropical storm conditions to create that, and y'all have hurricane force wind gusts coming y'all way. So it's definitely going to be widespread power outages when that does happen. So that's a fact. Sorry to say. It will last anywhere from 3 days to possibly a week. So if you have a laptop, make sure you charge your laptop, because you can charge your phone off your laptop so you can use your phone for emergencies. That's a good way of helping with that. Also, if you need water, fill up your bathtub. That will give you enough water, because DeSantis says that he is going to have locations all across Florida after this goes by where he can give people water and passing out water to people. So there will be locations where they do pass out water to people. We're down to 2. Down just to the 1. So there will be help afterwards. They're not going to send nobody, though, while it's still dangerous. They're just not going to put another person's life at risk while it's still dangerous. That's just, I guess, common sense, I guess. That's the way it sounds. I mean, I don't blame them, but, I don't know. If you're in a life-saving job, Me, I don't know. I'd show up for work. They would have to stop me from not going in. Me like, oh, it's dangerous. And these people been here all night, man. They want help. They want to eat. They're thirsty. Excuse me. Now the damaging winds are starting to back off now. So even though you still got storms, the damaging winds is on this group and this group that's swinging around towards Port St Lucie. Cape Coral, you have them as well. But the system is tightening up, and the east side of it always showed that it had dry air getting inside of it, messing it up. You can see it's not in the core. It's not in the core, but it's getting some pockets, some dry air pockets in it, and it's stopping these bands from wrapping all the way around. So it's kind of helping right now. Excuse me. What about Georgia? Georgia, you're in. I mean, they got to update the wind field. But so far, yeah, they're updating it now. That's why it looks like this. So far, you still have tropical storm winds going through Georgia as well as South Carolina. Looks like it goes all the way towards Valdosta, Hazelhurst. Then it starts getting towards Statesboro, Waynesboro. Goes all the way up to Augusta, and also for Columbia for South Carolina, main city. And those of y'all that ever been in New Orleans before, if you go to Charleston, I believe it's Charleston or Columbia, I think it's Charleston, South Carolina, they actually look like a hometown for New Orleans, is what it looks like. The buildings and everything, it's pretty good resemblance. Orlando is getting a lot, just like the video I made earlier. That's why I made it, because Orlando is getting a lot of rain amounts. The totals of the rain has gone up. For any of those that never been here in a minute or yet tonight, I will show you real quick so you can see the update on the rain, because the rain amount is pretty heavy. So we have the Euro, of course, but when it's close like this, I'd rather a high resolution model. And that's HRRR. It's a great high resolution model, but it's taking it to where Orlando, you are getting a lot of rainfall. And St. Cloud right below you, Kissimmee, y'all all getting a lot as well. A lot of rainfall. Bithlo is talking about 22 inches with a high resolution rapid refresh, and Euro takes it on that northern track where it's not going towards y'all, it's going more northern, where Orlando will get 9 inches, but Palm Coast and Jacksonville is getting the big numbers. Also the wind for Orlando. So as you look with the Euro, I'd rather go with high resolution. It's better that way. High resolution saw this eastern turn. Even though the Euro saw it weeks ago, high resolution did show the eastern turn. But it's showing 80 to almost 90. That white gets into the 90s. But 80 miles per hour wind gusts, high 70 to 80 miles per hour wind gusts coming across with a foot of rain. That's a lot. That's a lot going on. And then also you have like Tallahassee, almost 40 miles per hour wind gusts, but your total amount of rain isn't going to be all that. So if we even look with the Euro, which shows the northern path, it still don't have nothing in there for you. So it's pretty much took you off the table. 17,000 on power and going down. That's a good thing. I like to see that. Because I know what it's going to turn out to. Tomorrow, that power situation is going to be ugly. As soon as this winds come on, you see how the winds are dying off? You see how this big group that's moving west of Belglade, it is moving west-northwest, and it does have a patch of 40 to 50 miles per hour wind gusts in that. And you do have some strong wind gusts coming on these cells. Those are in the high 40s, maybe the edge of 50 in some locations, coming by Homestead and Miami. You're also getting it on Naples. Also, you're getting on a wraparound. You're starting to get some of these bands that are passing by you on the wraparound. But you can see they don't have a lot of thunderstorms in it. It's just a lot of wind gusts inside of that. And those are 40s. That's very low wind gusts. But even though you have all this weather coming across, there's not a lot of wind in it right now. Right now, it's just a lot of thunderstorms. There's not even, we have 2, let's see, are those the same tornado warnings? Looks like it. Let's check them out. Yep, that one's till 1:45, and then the later one. Till 1:45, yeah, same thing. Yeah, that's the one I read a while back. So this is the latest so far. Nothing new. Just watching these cells come by. These will be quick spin ups. That's what these storms do. It gets a quick spin up, and then they go away. That's pretty much what they do. They're not super fierce tornadoes. There's just a bunch of them. Should you fly into Orlando on Friday? I wouldn't. I wouldn't do that. I don't even know if they'll have power come Friday. I mean, we're already looking at Tuesday, Wednesday. What day is it today? Wednesday? Now it's Wednesday morning. So it's 2 days now. In 2 days, this is going to be going around to the southeast. They may be just getting power companies to go through the areas. So I definitely don't think you'll be flying there. Thank you, Michelle, for your support. Thank you for all you that become members. It helps me do what I do. I appreciate it. Okay, Michael Springer, be nice, buddy. I'm not going to show the nastiness you say, but just be nice. I don't want to kick you out. I'm not the type to kick people out. I think everybody is just frustrated, high stressed. Need a vent, that's good. Just be nice. There's no reason not to be nice. Okay, so he did it twice. Well, hope you can find the information you need, pal. You're not going to abuse the people in my chat room. You want a link? Was it 9 tornadoes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 9 tornadoes. You right about that? Hey, Becky, thank you for being here. Yeah, amen, Mark. I hear you, bro. That's all people want, man. It's just the facts. Just give them the facts. Don't try and sugarcoat it. People can handle it. Just give it to them straight, man. That's all you got to do. All that extra is just uncalled for. You don't see the live chat? Why don't you click on the bottom where it says chat? We probably don't have it checked. If you don't see the live chat, though, how are you putting a comment in the chat? All right. So what time is it? We are at 12:30. We should be getting an update soon, guys. I'm Central Time. So 1 o'clock Central will be 2 o'clock Eastern. That'll be the 2 o'clock update. Oh, okay, nice. What's the chance of it going to the Atlantic and strengthening? Actually, the Icon model shows that it will re-strengthen to a strong tropical storm, and it could bring 100 miles per hour winds with it. So it could even be even higher than that. They do any more recon? No. They fix that? No. I'm about ready to just turn that one off. He just don't want to be in the right area. It just makes no sense. Why is he like that? So I'm going to leave that for now. It's mislocated and it's misinformation. Still have the 2 tornadoes still going. That's it. Got 12 minutes on both of them. But we still got more cells coming. Like there's still a few more cells down here that can still swing around. And we still got to watch out for these because these are slowly making its way towards West Palm Beach and Port St. Lucie. And y'all getting all this rainfall and all this storms before the whole meat of the system comes through, before all the storm surge and all the heavy banding comes around. All right, let's see. So we have some banding that is coming around by Boca Raton. Let me try to get it where you can see your area. There you go. So we have some banding that is coming around and it's headed further north. So the steady streams of cells that you were getting, that is soon coming to an end after this one. And all of these and these that are further, put it wider, plus all of these that are further to the east, it's going to take a while for those to swing around, and they probably be north of you by West Palm Beach. So I think you got a period where it's going to do a break in a moment as soon as this passes by. Y'all make me laugh so much. I appreciate the laughs. Y'all just giggle me up. My wife and I, we just giggle so much over the things y'all say. It's just so funny. But before we update any more information, let's wait for the update that should be coming out. I'm checking it every minute. That way we'll have new information and not relying on old information when new information is about to come out. Just waiting on it. 16,000 without power, so that is getting better. So that's a good thing. Nah, we won't lose the signal in the live stream. I got the biggest package you can get from the cable company. I got, what was that? I got the Ultra package. I got 300 megabytes download and no, I got 1,000 megabytes download and 300 megabytes upload. We're not losing signal. You ain't gonna worry about that. Only way we lose signal is if we lose power. Thank you so much, Connie. God bless you, sis. Come on, updates. Give us some good information. Not all this wishy-washy stuff. I want to see that major hurricane go away, but I know it's not. Because the wind gust is too high. I think it's time to put this coffee up and go drink a Red Bull. I'm gonna stay up as long as I can. I don't see myself stopping anytime soon. It's 12:30 my time. Craziest storm I tracked about 2 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago. They had a big 2 mile wide debris ball going straight for Oklahoma City. And I live streamed. I was the only one up. Nobody else wanted to do it. And also later on, as that moved towards the East Coast, it threatened New York with a nasty tornado. That was a pretty nasty storm. It was 2 miles wide. That's a big debris ball. If anybody remembers that one. Yeah, Red Bull, I know them things aren't good for you. I think they're bad for your heart, to be honest with you. Them energy drinks, I think they're bad for your heart. My wife just heard that. But this coffee does go through. Let me go do a bio. I'll be right back, everybody. All right, I'm back. Turn that off. Still the same. Got 2. The tornado warning still remains in effect until 1:45 for north central Broward and south central Palm Beach counties. So it's staying in effect till 1:45. All this information isn't updated. Like this right here, this should be in the center, or at least on this line moving, and it's way down here. And when you put on the wind field, it's not updated neither. It's way down here. I'm just waiting for it all to update. All right, they're doing some drop sounding, so that's good. Nothing yet. Yeah, they need to update now. I agree. I wish they'd hurry up. Everybody that is up is anticipating what information they got from the airplanes. Nothing's changed. Everything's still the same. Yep, still the same. The eye is looking strong and healthy. That's for sure. You need a cheeseburger with some fries. Hey, Stoney, you going to Miami tonight, brother? You sure you should be driving through that, man? Expected landfall is pretty much the same area so far as Charlie. It's Punta Gorda over by Venice. So far, that's looking like that's going to be right below the eye. So it's going to be somewhere in between Cape Coral and maybe East Naples. It could be a little bit above Cape Coral a little bit. That's where Icon is hinting that it's going to curve up towards Cape Coral. HRRR is showing us it's just going to go straight across. So it's somewhere within this region. It is definitely not pinpointed yet. Thank you, Fiona. God bless you, sis. I appreciate the support. To stay safe is the best thing you could do to make me happy at this point. That's just the best thing you do. Just stay safe. If you like the weather like this, enjoy the weather, but don't go out in it and risk your life. The eye's doing something else. It's having problems going all the way around again. I'll check that wind when the update comes out from National Hurricane Center. And the winds look like they stayed off. And the majority of the winds is over here. We have some banding coming through. And it does have 50 miles per hour wind gusts with it. High 40s to 50s, especially was going a little west of Belglade towards Harlem. That has some 50 miles per hour wind gusts in that. So just be aware that's headed your way. And it is a nasty little storm cell going your way. That's the one that was tornado warned. Put this back on for you. That is a big eye wall. It was, you can see it. It was full with the thunderstorms, but lately it's dissipating a little bit on the southeast side. It's running into some kind of problems, but it's supposed to be intensifying to this Cat 4 soon. And if it don't, they're going to downgrade this Cat 2, and that means bring this 3 back down to a 2 as well. It'd be nice to see that. It's going to be bad enough dealing with all the impacts as it is. Hey, Kenny, you got enough problems coming your way as well, man. Port St. Lucie isn't over yet. You still have these cells that are moving northern, and they're revolving around, so they'll come in as they come north, so like a north-northwest. So they're going to be coming in your region about another hour, maybe 45 minutes. Definitely the west is going to be bad, and then when it goes to northeast Florida, the onshore flooding is going to be bad, and the Icon picked up a lot of high winds for that area when that happens. I just hope the people that did evacuate did bring their pets this time, because, I mean, Michael was an awful storm. I'm sure we can all agree to that. I also I live streamed that one as well, and that one was a terrible hurricane. But afterwards, not only was everything just cut down pretty much like from a saw blade, but so many pets got left when that storm came around. It was sad to see so many just get left. I couldn't leave my pets. If I'm going to have a pet, I'm going to love it. I'm not going to just have a pet. There's going to be a reason for it. Otherwise, I won't have it. So to leave it, that's just I can't fathom that. Leaving your pet. That's, it's not human, but it's like leaving your child. You take care of it. It depends on you. And after you had a pet for so long, you can't put it out there in the wild. It lost its animal instincts to go hunt for itself and do all these things. It would get it eventually if it gets hungry enough. But once you make an animal domestic and it's not wild no more, it's very hard time for that animal to go back out in the wild and fend for its own food again when it don't have those wild tendencies anymore. More like it's spoiled. So to leave it would really be bad for the animals. So please don't leave your pets. Tornado warnings are gone. That's the last shot. The reason why you still see them right here is because it cycles through the past hour. And you can see in the last shot, they dissipated. So we'll see them pick back up. These cells are still roaming through from the south. They're going to be coming for a good bit. And then after this band finishes going north, this is going to be closer. And I wish they had this working, because you can see the tropical storm force field. And you can show everybody what towns are in what category? Restart the software. You think that's what it is? Is not. I've done that before. It's not the software. It's they need to update the software. It's connected to the same satellite feed that we get, but when they go through like any minute now, they're going to do an update. It's just really whacked. So it should be fixing itself soon. We'll know on the update. I'll check again when we get the update. How's the winds? The winds are modeling down. They're starting to pick up for Cape Coral with some 40 to 50 miles per hour wind gusts. You do have some cells coming by Miami with some 50 miles per hour wind gusts in those as well. So those are looking pretty nasty. And then you have these coming from the south that's going to be going by Miami, Fort Lauderdale, a little bit further north. And those could be tornado warned. So we will see. Give it a little bit more time. Let the computer software pick up on it and see if it picks up any rotation. It's pretty much what we look for. Yeah, I saw they rescued somebody in Key West. I did see that. Yeah, it is wobbling a little bit to the west. They're expecting it to wobble a little bit to the west, all the way to this Cat 4 point, and then do a east-northeast. So we will see. Right now it's still going north, 10 miles per hour, but that information hasn't changed in a good bit. I think it needs to be updated. Have they? Nothing. No updates yet. Hey, Mark, the update is in. I don't see it. I don't see any changes. I see advisory 21 still. That's still what we're looking at is advisory 21. 21A. No changes on storm surge. No changes on rainfall amounts. Thank you for subscribing, Moon River. I appreciate it. Weather Channel has it. Yeah. I try not to watch them too much. They're, I don't know. I just don't like their tactics. It's like they get drooling really bad when they have something juicy to talk about, and I really don't like that. They really push the issue too much. They have Recon out. Let me check that out. Yeah, I don't see any Recon on my update yet. Because just like we got the Recon right here, we would get the Recon, just like Tropical Tidbits, we'd get all that information just as quick. This update's just as fast as everything else. So we should get it pretty quick. What is this for the keys? Florida Keys International Airport is picking up 67 miles per hour wind gusts and 46 miles per hour sustained winds. Over here, 62 miles per hour sustained winds and 75 miles per hour wind gusts. And then over here, let's see, where is this? Right by Homestead, they are picking up A south wind gust of 43 knots, 50 miles per hour. Yeah, we already knew that. We need the update. Let me look somewhere else. Yeah, all I'm seeing is advisory 21, the 12:30 a.m. Eastern update. That's all I see so far. I don't see the 1 o'clock yet. Well, the 2 o'clock. Yeah, the tornado threat is till 5 a.m., but the tornado threat is till 5 a.m. for this region. And then for tomorrow, it's going to pick up and go further to the north. Let me pull this up. And we do have the freeze warning for Minnesota and Wisconsin. I can vouch for that. It's pretty chilly. Like tornado threat has increased tomorrow. They even got a 10% now. So let me show you that information. Tornado threat has increased for tomorrow. Okay, so let's see. Okay, one sec. Got the radar, got the browser. Pull this back out. Alt. Let me add this for you so you can see. All right. All right. Well, let me add this so I can have this for you. All right, and I gotta put the green for the background, just like new stations do. Yay, and we gotta flip that. There we go, and put on the chroma so everything could disappear. Good. So if you see right here for your tornadoes, let me move this over. You see right here, can't see it super good, but you have it for a 10% now chance for tornadoes tomorrow. So your 10% is in Orlando, Florida, Deltona, Florida, Melbourne, Florida, Daytona Beach, Florida, and Kissimmee, Florida. You have 10% chance for tornadoes. That's for tomorrow. So you do have a strong chance for tornadoes for tomorrow. It is going to be a big day when these big bands come on shore. These are some nasty little bands. Let me show you. These are some nasty little bands. And when these come on, there's going to be many that stretch up the whole east side of Florida. So y'all got a big tornado threat because of that. This is all going to grow tomorrow when they get that daytime heating. It's really going to grow into a lot of cells, just like what Miami had for earlier today when a bunch of them cells were getting tornado warned. Same thing for tomorrow. Hey, when it don't pick up all the towns. So Dunedin, you're over here and you're looking okay. Yeah, I saw you. You're looking okay. You got some storms that's passing by Tampa, and it's going in your direction, but they're not tornadic. It's just thunderstorms that's going to be passing by your area. So it's not like you have to worry about a tornado popping out of these tonight. You just got thunderstorms that's going to be passing by you. It's hard to bring you up, but it's coming in your direction. So you will have some thunderstorms passing by, but it's not tornadic for tonight. All the tornadoes tonight will be coming from all these bands offshore. That's why I'll be watching those. Yeah, that's what I see. National Hurricane Center still hasn't changed. They still have everything the same right now. No change. So this literally is not coming, all this here. It's going to take until tomorrow morning for all this to come on shore, before you start feeling those winds. It's still not fixed. It just updated. Y'all trolling me? Y'all trolling me, man? Why are you trolling me, man? I don't see the update. Yes, Reese. So far you are safe, but you do have a lot of rain coming, and there is some flooding coming your way as well. If you are in evacuation zone, if you're in evacuation zone, you definitely should leave if you can leave. If you don't have nowhere to go, do you have a friend that is just a couple miles away outside of the evacuation zone? So all you gotta do is just go a couple miles away, not super far. Just go somewhere that's outside of the storm surge and all the heavy flooding, and find a way to protect yourself from the winds. But if you're in an evacuation zone, you definitely should think about it. Yeah, there is no update. Hey, you're welcome, brother. I hope you be safe, Reese. We don't know exactly how far north this is going to wobble. They're analyzing it as it happens. So it's pretty much all we can do is stay live with the information. Yeah, there ain't no update. There is no update. None that I could see. None that I could see. Things are kind of starting to calm down a little bit, but we still have these cells that we got to watch as they come off the ocean and come on land. They could be strengthening up, and you can easily get a spin up out of these, especially right here by Homestead in Miami. The stall is still showing that it will happen. It's not showing as big as it did before. So that part did slow down. But it's still showing that there will be a stall. Just not that long of a stall. It's more like a 6-hour direction change. Because it's just like the National Hurricane Center shows it going east-northeast, and then it goes west-northwest. So for a moment over by Jacksonville area, there's going to be a pivot point where it's going to go that direction and then slowly go another direction. So there will be a stall while it pivots and turns. That part is fact. Yeah, it's going to be widespread power outages from Tampa towards Orlando, all the way around the Cape Coral. Everything within that is going to be instant widespread, because that's where everything's hitting. And then outside of that will be your likely area where it's going to be hit and miss, but at least tropical storm force winds can push these trees over, definitely knock out your power, and then it gets less chance as you go further from that. But I definitely expect anywhere from Tampa to Orlando, all around the Cape Coral, I expect all of that to be without power. I mean, everybody. It's going to hit pretty hard. So just be ready for that. Yeah, I've seen those transformers blow before. It does put the light, the sky green when it does that. That is true. Yeah, the National Hurricane Center don't have anything updated. What's up with that? Yeah, I'm following them too, and they're not. They don't have anything updated. I don't see anything. If you have no power, how can you play Fortnite? Man, if that's your biggest worry, then you got it good, bro. Don't even worry about it. I wouldn't even sweat it if that's your biggest threat. How you gonna play a video game? Don't even worry about it. It'll be there. All right, I'll retweet this and show you this. Show you some flooding that's going on in Key West. Tornado possibly injured 2 people, overturned cars, and ripped the roof off an apartment complex. I'll retweet that and show that to y'all as well. Yeah, that's Oh, this would be, oh wow, 2 hours ago. This one's pretty bad. Key West. I'm going to show you this one too. This one's 2 hours ago in Key West. All right, so I retweeted those. Let me bring you over so you can see. All right. So we have
National Hurricane Center said rushed in
This by
emergency personnel
Chad
and took
Harry
steps to protect
Carbaz.
crops in Cuba's main tobacco-growing
this
region.
is significant
The
storm
U.S.
surge
National
winds
Hurricane
and
Center
rain
said
are now
significant
impacting
wind and
Key
storm
West
surge
2
impacts
hours
were
ago.
occurring Tuesday morning in
71 miles
western
per hour
Cuba.
wind gust was reported.
Ian sustained top winds of
Look at the
125
flooding,
miles
though.
per
They're
hour.
standing
Steps to protect crops in Cuba's main
all
tobacco-growing
the way
region.
chest
The
high.
U.S.
man,
National
with all
Hurricane
that-
Center
all
said
that
significant
rain.
wind and storm surge impacts.
Here's some more damage in Del Rey. 3 minutes ago, a possible tornado injured 2 people, overturned cars, and ripped the roof off an apartment complex. Can y'all see those? Yeah. Look at that. Just flipped that car. Messed that one up. Look at all that damage. Wow. Those are all retweeted. If you want to see those some more, just go to my Twitter and watch them again. Here's another one. This is in Key West also. Multiple homes and streets being flooded. A lot of flood. Lake Worth Beach. Let's see where you at. So let's see. It's hard to see all the names because if I put in a little bit more sparse, it'd be so many names you wouldn't be able to concentrate on one. Here's Lake Worth. You have some cells coming your way. Some of them is going a little bit more northern, more like West Palm Beach. But they are going and maybe hit Lake Worth a little bit while they're on their way to your direction. So you do have some cells coming, but nothing super severe. I don't see any big winds in those. Let me turn this off. There's not got some 50 miles per hour wind gusts in these, but these are going a little bit further north. They're going to rot out in the ocean a little bit more. You don't have much passing through right now. Right now, you're kind of in a chill moment in Lake Worth. I'm sure it's all subject to change as soon as the daytime heating kicks in. You're in Orlando? No, you're not going to die. Just take the proper precautions, protect yourself. That's the best you can do. And you see how bad the cells are on this band? I mean, you have them all up and down that band right there. So as soon as this comes on close, this is going to be whipping some more tornadoes over here by East Naples on the southwest side of Florida. The closer that gets, the more that's going to be ripping up towards y'all. And you still have these coming by Homestead in Miami still, so that part isn't as far by over right now. You still have all that to watch out for. Heavy drinkers hour? Yeah, I don't drink. I try drinking wine because that's what the good Lord says, you know, a cup, you know, nothing really more. It was okay. It's just, I'm a lightweight. I can't drink. I literally drink one beer, guys, and I'm calling it the night and going to bed. I don't drink. How long I'm streaming for? I don't know. I'm here, I'm up. I take a break every now and then, check on the family, refresh my coffee, bio break, whatever, stretch my legs and just walk for a minute so you're not sitting down all the time. I'm here. I got everything I need to keep us going until sunrise. Then the sun will keep me up. Then my kids will be up. I'm good. Keep an eye on Recon. Yeah, I'm waiting on updates. You okay, honey? No updates yet. All the information is still the same, guys. I don't know what happened to the 2 o'clock update. Does anybody see any updated information out there, or is it just me? Yeah, still no update. The tornado threat. Of course we can. The tornado threat disappeared. We have 0 tornadoes, 0 severe weather, 0 squall, 0 marine. We have 0. Now they did report some strong wind gusts. Measured some wind gusts of 43 miles per hour. Over there by Broward, that's about it. Naples, they measured wind gusts of 40 miles per hour. That's about it so far on storm reports. There's nothing big coming in yet. It's pretty much the tornadoes we had earlier. Then we got this through the night. And then tomorrow is when, I believe it is either 8 o'clock in the morning, sometime around then, when all the tropical storm force winds is supposed to be moving on land and the worst behind it. So maybe that's why people got off, because they want to be there for that. I don't see why to leave, period. People come to you for help. This is your job. Do your job. That's the way I was raised. If I didn't do my job, my dad would beat my butt and make me go to work. If I quit my job as a youngster, as a kid, he'd make me leave the house when he went to work. Tell me to go look for work all day and don't come back until I come back. That's pretty much how it was. I had a good dad. A lot of youngsters these days, they're just not getting raised right, man. They talk just bad, and they don't want to work. They don't have the backbone. They don't have the character. And it's not their fault. They just wasn't trained right. It's never the trainee. It's always the trainer, and why somebody don't turn out the correct way. Kyle, be nice. Don't talk like that, bro. Storm Prediction Center has updated. Well, let me check them. Tell you what, though, for tomorrow and the next day, we're on high level for flash flooding. And it's past moderate. It's pink. It's high level. But I don't see... Let's see if they have it on the overview. Yeah, no. I don't see any update. No reason to cuss, man. It'd be alright. You got any questions? Just ask me, bro. You know how it is on the internet. There's lots of trolls out there. Lots of people want attention, man. And you can blame that on those crazy COVID lockdowns they did a long time ago, because people became antisocial. People don't know how to talk to nobody no more. After so long, you don't even want to be around public no more. You just feel weird because you haven't been in the public for so long. There's a nice little dry pocket right there. Nothing getting in the core yet, and that thing is strengthening. It's got the thunderstorms all the way around, and it is not updating yet. Yeah, it's got thunderstorms all the way around. I believe I did, yeah, I did Lakeland already. I sure did. And so far, Lakeland is getting high 80 miles per hour wind gusts, maybe 70. Euro is showing 15 inches of rainfall, but it's showing Euro shows a more northern path. HRRR shows you more like within 7 inch range. Still a lot of rainfall and some strong winds still coming your way. So if anybody's wondering why this why this thing is right here outside of this cone, it's because the system hasn't updated. It should be in the center, just like if you were looking at the wind field from it. The wind field should be over the center so that we can see the circle of the tropical storm force wind field, and it's not centering up good. It just needs to update itself. If I close the software and open it back up, it will still be there. This stuff updates. You don't need to close this and restart it. This software updates live. So whether you have it ready or not, it will update live. Thank you, Manny. Yeah, no, it should always be chill, dude. All that hype is just getting people antsy. And then if you notice, right when they get all that hype going and they get everybody built up, bam, look at my merch. You got to watch these people, man. They have ulterior motives. Like, they'll tell you something like, hey, buy this in the next, let's say 24 hours and I'll do this with the money. You don't notice that they put a timestamp on that? They put it 24 hours. Do you think people stopped buying their merch after 24 hours? No, people still seeing the video. People think they're still helping. They're buying merch. But after 24 hours, they cut off the time period. They did what they said. And all the many other thousands of dollars that y'all put in to help other people actually goes in their pocket. Because they said 24 hours. Which don't make sense to me. If I was trying to help somebody, and people that have been here a long time knows, the drawing I put on the end of the video, I've been meaning to put it on a shirt for a while, but I'm just not trying to hit nobody up for money. I'll get it eventually. But I don't push merch. I don't have a commercial selling my merch every video to you. Any of that stuff. I've seen so many YouTubers that support their whole family. I mean, mom, sisters, everybody. They support their whole family just off what they make off the merchandise. Not counting their ads and their reviews and their YouTube payout. I mean, not counting none of that. So you got to watch people that tell you to buy their merch, because they'll give you one reason for buying it, but if you notice, they put a time label on it. If this was happening and I had my merch out, I'll tell you right now, it's for sale at my cost, no additional cost, and everything all the way till next week or something will go towards helping these people in Florida. That's how it should be. Not next 24 hours. It just don't seem right. It seems like common sense. You can see what these people are doing, but a lot of people don't see it. A lot of people are not awake to that. So it works for them. Yeah, I've made a few designs and stuff. I just never put it up. It's between busy with this and busy with homeschool and back to this. My day's done. I'm lucky if I get an hour to myself every day with my wife. That's it. Other than that, no. Turn it into an old pattern. I go to bed for 8:30, 9 o'clock at the latest. I gotta get up at 3. So. And none of my merch is going to have my name on it. It's all going to be all glory to God because of the stuff I'm having on it, or the stuff that is weather related. It'll have some weather related items, of course. But I'm not putting my name on it. I'm not doing it to promote me. I mean, to be honest with you, who wants to wear a shirt with some other person's name on it? Just give me the shirt, give me the nice design. Just don't put your name on it. I don't want people to see me wearing Bob's shirt all day. You know, it just don't seem right to me to do that. Maybe a little decal or something, but not the whole thing. Mr. Hall must make a killing. Oh yeah, it's over 6 figures a month, and that's just on YouTube views. He's a good marketer. You got to give him that. He is a good marketer. But let's not get into the bashing. There's no point for that. No point in bringing somebody down. That's where it's going to go eventually. So let's just see if there's an update with National Hurricane Center yet. No. Everything is still the same. What is up with this update? Did they just... That was an update? There's no change? I mean, it's not believable. God bless you, Reese. I didn't know your mom's in the hospital, man. I hope she gets better. This eye is getting a little bit better formed here. No, it's still losing its east side. Still having problems with that. All right. Thought it was getting better formed. Don't look that way. Thanks for becoming a supporter, Shane. God bless you. Yeah, bashing ain't good. You want to do something good, always lift up people around you. Bless your enemies, man. They need love. That's probably why they are the way they are. So your kindness, your love will change them. That's the only thing that will change that. So, yeah, it's always best to lift somebody up. You just got to watch out. There's a lot of people out there that's just out for themselves. They'll bash whoever they need to bash just to keep you focused on them because they loving this money they making. Don't be married to the money. The money comes and goes. Everybody knows that. It don't matter how much you got. It'll go just as quick as you get it. Just live your life right. That's all. Don't live outside your means. It's starting to get that little saw blade effect on it. Y'all see this? Every little strip is powerful, like a saw blade. See that last shot? Every little strip is strong, like a saw blade. It's trying to intensify. Look at this big, long band with all these cells in there. That's going to be nasty when that comes on land. It is trying to intensify. I agree. You lift somebody up, you can save their life. That's true. When people are in a bad area mentally, it's literally hell. It's mental hell. They're miserable. You gotta help them. You know, just like the old saying, do unto others. And that person would be thankful for it. It would. People head down the road of destruction when they're full of that anger. You gotta fuse out that anger. That's not a good place to be. And some people just, it's like watching themselves. They can't stop. Only way you can help them is love, man. You get violent, that's just what they're looking for. It feeds it more. It don't help nobody. You got some munchies. Cocoa, huh? I used to eat cocoa with a glass of milk. Just get a glass of milk, put some cocoa, and get a spoon. That'll cure your chocolate rush. I guarantee you that. Everything's still good. We got thunderstorms rolling around. We got some rain. No tornadoes. And the winds are still doing okay. If you look at the winds, you'll see most of the winds are just starting to come into Cape Coral now. Coming right off this band, headed straight to the north. So Cape Coral is about to get some high 40s. Yeah, high 40 miles per hour wind gusts passing through with this next band. And it is a nasty little band rolling through. Everything's about to start picking up a little bit. Sooner, closer this gets, the more hectic everything is going to be. Yeah, I think. Hey, thank you for being here, Rebecca. God bless you. Man, money don't buy you nothing but more problems. People with a lot of money people with a bigger amount of money just have bigger problems. It don't change. It don't change. It's a big fool. You got your piece of the pie. Now you make more money and you think you got a bigger piece of the pie when really it's the same portion. It's just the pie is bigger. You're still getting the same piece. Still runs out just as fast. Still got the same problems as everybody else. Heck with money. Money is just wood. It's a tree, man. It's God's nature to us, but it's useless in the real world of selling when you think about it. Really what you should be doing is, if you have an idea of future, is get into silver. Gold's good, but gold loses value. Silver never lost its value. So if you ever worry about getting some kind of something you can use to buy things when and if the American dollar goes down, get silver. Silver will be currency. I've been on both sides also, having money and no money. Oh, it's hard to say. It's rough with no money, but almost at your happiest with no money because you also don't have all that pressure. You know what you got in life. I don't know. I was always happier when I didn't have a lot of money. It's hard to explain. You just add a bunch of money, it don't make nothing different. I mean, you can buy toys, but what's that? That gets old like everything else. These bands are starting to come in towards Cape Coral, East Naples. It's bringing some wind gusts with it. Thank you. God bless you. Yeah, I've been trying to get a dream house going. I almost had it set. And you know how people are. People get greedy. And this person told everybody to not watch anybody but him. And all of a sudden, just people listen to that. It don't bother me, though. If you didn't stick around, you was never really here in the first place, right? I just can't get over this big, long tail. This is really nasty. Because wherever this goes, say it moves further to the east, you got Marco, you got Cape Coral. And if this system sits there and it is moving slow, it's going 10 now. At least it was. I don't know what the update information is. But they're expecting it to slow down to a 5. So that's crawling space. So if you have this big, long band, and you can tell it would take a couple of hours for that to come all the way through. So if this big, long band is just whipping over Cape Coral, it would whip for hours around. Be some serious flooding coming from that, just from that one band. Anything new? No. The red cones moving over the radar. Oh, those are cells. Each one of these is a cell. Each one of these. And I can sit there and look at them and see how powerful it is, what direction it's going. See, it's going north, 46 miles per hour. Some of them go east, some of them go west. This one's going south. It's getting pushed up, but it's going south. Northeast, 76 miles per hour. These cells are very fast. These cells is what's inside of a supercell. Look at all of them. And these cells are what becomes tornadic, just like over here. So we do have one that just popped up. Let's read that. Tornado warning for east central Hendry County in southern Florida, southwestern Palm Beach County in southeastern Florida until 2:45. It was located over Holy Land Wildlife Refuge, or 18 miles south of South Bay, moving northwest at 45 miles per hour. And it has 4 minutes left to it. And then that's going to dissipate. It's always just quick spin-ups. That's what you get, is quick spin-ups off of a hurricane. You've been buying silver. That's good. Buying silver. Silver will be currency in the future. Believe that. It will be currency. American dollar is going to fall sooner or later. Landfall time, it seems sometime in between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. for tomorrow is what we looked at earlier. I'll look at it again as soon as we get some new runs coming in. I believe we got the 0Z in. Yeah, the 0Z is in or is coming in. That comes in around in between 1 and 2. That's why I usually don't get up till 3. That way it would be in already. Yeah, it's easier for a poor man to get in heaven than a rich man to get in heaven, because a rich man thinks that they don't need the Lord. They have everything they need. That's why it's hard for them to get in heaven, because they don't think they need him. Man, America lost their rights a long time ago. The way it used to be, I got to put that tail in there because that is just nasty. That's going to be doing something. Let me turn on y'all rain too as well. The way it used to be is, say you got your farmland, I got my farmland. Somebody comes over, tries to sell something. Nah, I'm not interested. And they leave. I mean, we all got guns. Well, I don't believe in that, but people had guns. They protected their rights. And they go ask another farmer, hey, you going to do this? He'll pull out his gun. You're not going to make me do this. You know what I mean? It's my right to whether I want to buy your product or not. Nowadays, they make you buy their product. You have to have insurance. You have to have this. You have to have that. They just make you buy their product. You don't even have the choice factor that America was built upon. It's pretty much take it or get out. I would almost just rather get out. To be honest with you. You know, you get so used to all these electrical things and all this new technology that we have these days. But when you take all that away, it's like living in the city and the country. It's just time goes by so fast in the city with all this stuff going on. But you go in a country and you'll go all day long, have a great time, have a meal, have fun. You look at a clock, it'll still be 10 o'clock in the morning. It's just, the country is just so much relaxing to me. I think it's better for the soul to be away from all that city rush and noise. Yeah, there's going to be more banding for Fort Lauderdale, the whole east side of Florida. There's going to be more banding ripping up here. And the worst part is really going to be southwestern Florida when this big band comes on. Because it could be like it was for Miami earlier, just one after another all around Miami. This band is going to create that as well. I mean, look at all these cells. All these are cells in this storm, very strong, going multiple directions. But either one of these, if not all of them, if the rotation gets right, could be tornado warned. It's just all depends on the atmosphere when it comes around. It's hard to get everything up in there. I really would love an update from National Hurricane Center. I mean, the only thing I could see is the update is the information hasn't changed, and I can't believe that. I believe at least the rainfall amounts would change. Florida's up to 25,000 without power now. I'm sure they'll go back down. They've been staying on it pretty good. $25,000. It's not bad. It's a little bit. I mean, I'll have 500,000 just in Tampa alone. Yeah, it's crazy it's not updating. And even the satellite data isn't updating. This hurricane symbol should be in the middle. The winds should be all the way around instead of down here south. It's not updating. It's like they don't want you to see the update. I mean, I know that's not what it is. It's just what it seems like. It just seems ridiculous. Like, you don't want us to see the update? Moving to the east, northeast, northeast. All right, thank you. How did you get into what you're doing here? I was actually a supervisor at a bread company. So I was doing just fine. And then I went home one night, and that's when he had Hurricane Irma, and I looked at the chat and all these live streams, and they were just nasty. People wasn't helping, a bunch of hate. And I told my wife, I said, it's just sad. These people are, you can see them typing in questions. They're taking the time to type it, you know, typing in questions about help, and people just coming off with racism and just hatred. And the person that was streaming, he didn't care. He was just happy he's making money or views or something. So I told my wife, we got to do something. These people need help. Ended up being the best thing I ever did. You know, it was a strong feeling in my gut, and I went with it. I know it was from God telling me to come help these people, and he blessed my stream. It's been up for 3 days, and it did great. We helped a lot of people. And ever since then, I've just been doing weather. Just kind of built up from that. I had 3 jobs at one point. I didn't monetize for at least 2 years when I did it. I thought it was cheesy to monetize help with weather. People need help. It's cheesy. You're trying to make money on that. So I had a hard time with that. My subscribers finally told me to do it because I was having problems paying my bills, even with the other 2 jobs. So I felt bad about it, but they were right. I mean, if people wanted the content, I'd just put a commercial in it, you know, and then slowly add it up to where it's finally enough to where it can pay your rent every month. Then it's pay your rent and get some groceries. So it slowly grows a little better. But it's all self-motivation. If you don't get up one day and don't make a video, your money goes down. You don't do it the next day, it keeps going down. So it's not like somebody's going to pay you. You got to be self-motivated to be a YouTuber, man. You really do. You have to get up and be willing to want better in your life. Because you gotta think of this. It's like people's like, what could I be as a YouTuber? Is you got to think of something that you could do on your worst day. Because it's still a job. So you're having a bad day, you still got to be able to go put content out to keep supporting your family. So it's got to be something that you could do on your worst day. Otherwise, you won't make it. It could be a long path. The good time to start was a couple of years ago when COVID started. Everybody was hitting the internet because everybody was stuck at home. Now, people kind of free again. They kind of stop slowing down on that. Stick to the weather. Thank you, bro. So look at this band. There's nothing to show you, man. There's nothing going on. Everything is just null and boring right now. Just a lot of rain bands coming around, some winds, and that just expired. It's pretty much the heat of it is gone until this comes on shore. Until then, it's just going to be a lot of rain going on. This is going to bring the winds in a bigger scale. Now, after these cells go by, you still got some more cells down here that could raise up. It could stir up some problems as they fester up a little better. See, they could fester up a little problem. We'll keep an eye on it. There's a lot going on. Yes, everybody saw it headed north yesterday, and if anything, get pushed to the east as it heads north. But when it came off of Cuba, it came off on the eastern side of the wobble, and that put it closer towards this high pressure over here in the Atlantic that weakened back and allowed that to pull to the east. If it would have been on the western side, it would have stayed on that western wobble. It would have kept head north. Maybe even got further away from where Tampa wasn't getting much, and maybe just tropical storm conditions for the panhandle of Florida. But that when it came off on the east, it literally was the worst case scenario unfolding, and I didn't think it was going to happen, but it sure did. So I think it surprised everybody that happened. No updates whatsoever. Hey, Rob. No, I'm originally from New Orleans, bro. I left New Orleans and went in the military, infantry. After that, I went to Wisconsin, and I never saw snow because I'm from Louisiana. I think I've seen an inch and a half, like within a 10-year period in Louisiana. Whole town shut down because of it. Came up here and saw more than I wanted. I tell you that. The snow up here is crazy. It gets into the feet. So it was cool for the first year or two. Now it's just aggravation. Too cold. Everything turns icy and it loses its liquid density of it, and it's not fun snow anymore. It's just hard ice. Golly, look at that. You saw them cells pop up? Look at that. It's strengthening up. It didn't have all these cells popping up and all this banding right here. Look at this one shot of all these cells. Look how it just strengthens up. It's in the last shot. Look at that. That's a lot of cells. Look at that. Wow. This storm is ready to do some havoc. It just needs to get away from the dry air. I mean, you can see all the shear pushing this off to the east. The dry air is getting around it, really messing with it. And it's still supposed to get into the southern half of the eye and really decay it around. Still stopping the southern rainfall totals, but I think it'll hit land first, then weaken quickly. I don't think it's going to get it early enough. The trends has been later and later, and even HRRR wind gust is starting to come on landfall a little bit, just like the icon was showing. So it's starting to meet up what the icon is saying. That it's going to take a while. Just have some 40 and 50 miles per hour wind gusts reported. Getting the 60s and 70s over by Key West. But a lot of 40s. Yeah, I hope people that evacuated did take their pets with them. That would be so sad. See them animals sitting there looking all sad, wondering where everybody's at. All right, I'm going to put this coffee up, guys. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Just got to get rid of this coffee. It's going right through. I'll be right back. All right. I went and got the big one. I know they're not good for you, man, but come 3 o'clock in the morning, another hour, and I've been up for 24, so I definitely needed coffee. Coffee's not doing nothing. The only thing coffee makes you do is go to the bathroom. That's it. After the first cup, that's it. We got any updates? Hi, Maggie. Magic Joe. How you doing, brother? They are just don't want us to see the information. Yeah, there's my alarm to get up. They don't want us to see it. The information is exactly the same. No change yet. Tornado went away. It's a good detox. That's a good point. Oh, here's something. Delray Beach in Florida 11 minutes ago. You see why they have power outage. I'll show that to you. I just retweeted it. Look at this. There's no sound to it.
Oh
By
my
CS
God!
Notiasi. Sorry, I read that wrong.
Oh my
My bad.
God!
People can see who's.
Oh my
Look
God!
at all that. That's some powerful winds knocking out the power. You see that? Transformer
Oh my
literally
God!
blew across the street. Look at that. Wow. Wow. That's some serious winds. Johnny Midnight, don't talk like that, bro. That's nasty, man. Got a lot of youngsters in the stream. Do you know you literally get charged with, I don't know, pedophilia or whatever for talking to youngsters like that? You don't want that problem, dude. Oh, it's trying to wrap around the eye. It's trying to intensify right there. Look at the last shot. See, it's still having a problem on the eastern side right here, but it's trying to come in and cut off and redo the eye. Keep an eye on it. This is right where they say it's supposed to intensify. Nothing changed though. It's the wind rally is all wrong. Everything's still wrong. Oh, the Twitter in my description. Yeah, that's my old Twitter. I didn't change that one. I'll put it in there for you. Yeah, that's my old one. I was enjoying that one, but when I downgraded the computer so these can be compatible with each other, that's my new one. That's the one that's going to be forever now. I still got to update the description of my videos. You're right about that. Thank you. I wish you would update the wind field because this band right here is what's going to be bringing in a lot of the tropical storm force winds. And it's not showing anything for that band. It's not even bringing up the real wind field. Everything's the same on the update. That's what I was thinking. NHC is up. Yeah, everything's still the same on the information. The rainfall, everything is still the same. Florida's going up a little bit, 25,000 without power now. Hope they get control of that before this ban comes on. Now you can see the size of the wind field. Now it didn't move in quite a bit, but you can see where the center is. This should be here. And then you have your hurricane force wind gusts in this circle, and that should be all right here, right by that band. Then right outside of that band, all of this should be under the tropical storm force winds, or at least tropical storm force wind gusts. And we're not picking up any of that. You can see how far around it goes. Let me turn this one off. You can see how this is going right in front of that band. And it's all high 40 miles per hour wind gusts. If you get a little closer, you actually will see that it is 50 when it gets a better reading. High 40s. Some places got 50s. But high 40 miles per hour wind gusts coming with that. I just wish it would update to where I can see the information. I hate when it don't do that. But this banding. Yeah, this little banding right here that's swinging around by Belglade going towards Arcadia. Maybe a little bit north of Arcadia. It is bringing some high 40 to almost 50 miles per hour wind gusts with that as well as it swings around. Still going to be a while before it gets to you, but it's on its way. It will be issues. Yeah, that's a cool look. Fix it. Thank you. I'd appreciate it. See the echo tops. Yeah, and it's still strong on southwest side of the storm. The echo tops are still 60,000 on the southwest. And it's been strong on that side the whole time. Let me see if y'all are correct. I'll close it and open it back up and see if that makes any bit of a difference on the information. Shut up. Yeah, it fixed itself. Now you can see it. So here's your tropical storm force wind gusts in all of this blue, right in front of all this banding. And this banding is where it's going to start picking up your hurricane force wind gust. And that's not far from coming on land. It's still got a little ways to go. But if that fixed itself, what about the forecast? Still showing it be okay, now they bring in the Cat 3 back some. Let's look at this. Now they're bringing the Cat 3 back some. And the next one would be a Cat 1. So they took off the Cat 3 all the way to Arcadia. And they showing it just right off the edge of Cape Coral, Florida. And then it slowly downgrades to a 1. They don't have it. See, earlier they had a 3 right here. So that's new. and it weakens pretty quick. So it strengthens to a tropical storm as it goes into the Atlantic, but then it goes down to a tropical depression. I mean, I'm sure it's all subject to change. That's just what we have right now. That's just what we have right now. Yeah, I had to, I restarted it. Somebody suggested to restart it, and they were correct. I restarted it, and the software kicked back in again. Usually it just updates live. It don't matter if you restart it or not, but it looks like it made a difference today. But that's where we at right now. And we do have, nope, it disappeared. We had one. Yeah, the eye is struggling. You can see I was trying to stay closed the whole time, but the whole time the eastern side has been hard. But it looks like it's starting to get its game a little bit better on this eye. So let me turn this off so we can see it a little better. You can see in the last shot, it's trying to still come back around, but it just can't stay totally good on the eastern side of that eye. And that's what's stopping it from intensifying, because it is moving away from the deep ocean heat content. So that is hindering the storm at the moment. We'll see if it holds intensity. I mean, they have it all the way to a Cat 3. It still says north 10 miles per hour, so I don't know if that's correct or not. Well, they did update the rainfall totals, and they have come way down. Let me show you that. Look at the rainfall totals. They came way down from before. This was pink all the way across. Now it's not. Just in the beginning and just at the end. And still have 2 to 4 inches, up to 6 inches. A lot of rainfall going to the southeast. But they did change that. Storm surge looks like it might have gone down for Tampa Bay 4 to 6 feet. That part could have gone down. Still have 8 to 12 feet and let's see, and 6 to 10 feet right below that. Other than that, not much change. But when I go to check this one though, it still has it as a major hurricane on land. And when I look at the radar, it is before it gets on land. So I don't know if it's fully updated on everything, but for some reason this is still showing the track of a major rather than a major off here and then a hurricane right here. So that's interesting. It's hard to say what motion it is going. You can still see it's going on that northeast track. It just don't look like it's going as high of a sharp northern track. Looks to me like it's still traveling like towards Cape Coral and not necessarily straight up. The tear down of communism. I'm not a political guy, man. I never really cared for politics. It's all a game, if you ask me. I think they all know each other. It's just all a game. I don't pay no attention to that stuff. Look, all these cells starting to wake up in this band. Definitely gotta watch those. That could be bad for Cape Coral as it gets closer. No update on the tornadoes. As of right now, we just got 2. They just came in. Let me turn this off. They just came in off these bands that came off that I said was going towards West Palm or Port St Lucie. They finally got a little closer. So we have 14 minutes left on that one. It's just tornado still remains in effect until 3:30 for northeastern Palm Beach County. It's because these cells are steady coming off the ocean. And northeastern Palm Beach County and southeastern Florida until 3:30 as well. That's the latest updates, just till 3:30 on that cell. And it looks like it's gotten pretty weak pretty quick. All it ever does is just quick spin-ups, man. They come and go real fast. Lakeland's getting a lot of rainfall. I think I looked at that twice already. Oh, God. Been a while for that. I think I see why. These storms are steady flowing over Palm Bay. They've been like that for a while. Yeah. Yeah, that's no problem, man. I love hanging with y'all. Y'all gotta get through the night somehow, right? I'll hang out with you. Kids are gonna tear me apart during homeschool tomorrow. They can sense that tired, that weakness. Boy, they pounce on it. Kids are unbelievable. They're cool though. Yeah, you got some wind gusts moving into Cape Coral now. It's going to be in the 40s to the low 50s for now. Maybe some more later on, but that's a pretty nasty band that's curving your way. The update, we seen it. It wasn't no change. It was just a little bit. The graphics, the cone hasn't changed yet that I can see. Only thing that changed was the storm surge for Tampa went down to 4 to 6 feet, and it went up for East Cape Sable to 4 to 7 feet. That was the only change I see besides the rainfall totals has come down as well. 31,000 without power now. 4,000 in Manatee. 13,000 in Miami-Dade. Miami-Dade got hit pretty good. Yeah, you good, man. I'm here for you, bro. We don't know what cat it is. The latest information, whether this is even correct or not, still says 121 miles per hour. Now, the millibars have changed. 953 from a 947, so it did weaken down. And that's probably why they went down on a 3, because they don't see a 4 happening. I didn't see a 4 happening. It's going away from the deep ocean heat content, and here comes the shear. So I didn't see intensification. I mean, it's warm in the Gulf, so it can hold its strength, but to keep going further is too hostile for it to keep holding the strength like that. Watching to see what this band does right here and see if this starts bringing tornado warnings to Cape Coral. Yeah, it's a very slow moving storm. They predicted it to be around 5 miles an hour just crawling across Florida. I mean, literally days from now, it might be over here in the Atlantic. It's like, wow, that is super slow. Hey, thank you so much, Beverly. God bless you, sis. I appreciate all the support. The wind gust, though, is starting to pick up on that. It's going right into Cape Coral. Still high 40s, almost 50 miles per hour wind gusts. Still some nasty little wind gusts that's coming through with that. So you definitely got to watch that. That is just a nasty band right there. And then later on, this is just going to carry and it's going to be right across Florida like that as it whips around. Everybody's going to get some of this band right here. Where can you find the enhanced radar? This is WSV3. You get basic with this, but to get this next rad, you got to pay for it. Anything worth getting, you really got to pay for. Me, I pay for 4 or 5 different locations where I get my information, and I do that every month. You can't just have one source. Not only does it get boring, you got to have multiple outlets for information. So I have certain things for certain ones, some things for some things. It all depends on what I'm looking for. Wow. Let's see. Cats or dogs? I have two cats I saved since I was here. One cat, Oreo. It's a tuxedo cat. It was a little baby cat, little kitten. It was stuck in one of those cinder blocks where you got the two big squares. It was stuck in one of those cinder blocks, and it was a couple of years ago, and we had some sleet coming down, and it was filling in that cinder block, and he was in it. So he would have died in it. So we brought him home. And then we got another cat, Sasha. She was outside, and she come right to me meowing for help. So I brought her in. Other than that, I've had dogs my whole life. My last one was a Great Dane. I took good care of him. He lived over 12 years, a lot longer than he was supposed to. Dogs are cool. Cats are cool. They all got their thing, right? Blast of wind over by Miami. Yeah. High 40s, maybe even 50 come with that. The wind's just now starting to come on for Cape Coral and then going towards Arcadia. Kitty cat scratch. Yeah. You're a pit bull person? Man, I had one of those a long time ago. It was a female. She was crazy. Took her out for a walk. You had a guy coming by on a bicycle. She starts taking a dump. She growls at the guy on the bike while she's leaving a dump. And then when she gets done, she gets up and chases the guy on the bike. I'm like, no, pit bull's too crazy, bro. Too crazy for me. They got a mind of their own. A lot of people evacuated Venice. Let me see if there's anything on Twitter on that. No, nothing on there. Yeah, but I see why though. It's just such a bad area because everything is about to come that way. And you can see the winds are in this band as it comes towards Sarasota, Port Charlotte. This is where a lot of the rain bands are going to be. And those are all 50s moving in. You definitely can see that the eye's having a big problem Still trying to hold that eastern side. It just cannot hold it for nothing. It's been trying the whole time. That's what I was wondering also. When's the next high tide? Because this is going to come on with it. Whether it's in the beginning of it or the later part of it. Sometime it will be moving on with it. And that's what makes it really bad. When the high tide gets involved. How is that power? It's still growing, 34,000 without powers. Miami-Dade, 15,000. Broward, 8,000. Martin, Indian River. Manatee, 2,600. Charlotte. Starting to get some power outage for southern Florida. Starting to add up a little bit. Yeah, I wish that storm surge wasn't happening. That's happening regardless, though. It's your shelf right here outside Florida is shallow, and it just gets less and less. 100 feet, 50 feet. It's just real shallow. So as this system is just pushing all these waves and all this water to the east, the more shallower it gets, the more it's going to shove all that on land. So it's going to happen. All you can do is prepare for it. It is going to be a nasty time. Just remember, you don't know what's in that water. Don't go walking out in it. It could be glass. Could be metal. Could be some crazy animals. You never know. It's Louisiana. Every time we had a hurricane in Louisiana, it's flooded, but you'll see a big ant piles just floating by. Like, they're good. Just ants everywhere. Nam still has it going closer to Tampa. Yeah, it's definitely the outlier. Nam had it going west the other day when HRRR had it going east. So Nam's definitely been off. It's not a tropical model. It really isn't. Euro surprised me. I know I saw it weeks ago, but usually it gets messed up when there's land interaction. And right when went towards Cuba, it picked up on that eastern turn on that 18Z, and then the 0Z confirmed it. It was Euro, whatever they did to the Euro, they fixed it. It has no problems all year long. Euro has been accurate all year. Whatever they did, they need to leave it alone because it's perfect. A little windy. Yeah, snakes too. Watch out for snakes. See, it was different in Louisiana. We had copperheads and cottonmouths and all those, man. I haven't seen none of those up here yet. But I'm dying to get away from up here. I really don't like it. One, I'm in a city, and I'm from New Orleans, but I'm a country boy. I'm not a city guy. All them lights and noises and all that, it's just too much. You know, they found that people that live in a city, they go deaf a lot sooner because the decimals from the cop sirens, the ambulances, that all hurts your eardrums, man. So when you live in a city, you're liable to lose your hearing sooner than if you was living in the country, just because of that fact alone. Nope, no tornado. Tennessee. Humidity's rough for Louisiana, but I miss Louisiana, man. I miss the food. I miss the people. Up here, it's weird. When I first came up here, hey, how you doing? You know, just wave, hey, waving at everybody. And as soon as you wave to somebody, you're like, you stealing my wallet? It's like, what is wrong with y'all up here? Y'all are just whacked. It's like the further north you go, the ruder people get. You don't believe me? Go talk to somebody in New York and call them ma'am or sir. You know, a little southern hospitality. They see that as an insult. They don't like that. For real. This is slow as molasses, man. Really, really, really slow. I'm thinking maybe we can move to a different radar, possibly. One that'll show a little bit further. I'm gonna turn that on. Yeah, it's barely moving. It is crawling, man. I gotta look and see if I got it press played or not, because it's just crawling. They said it was gonna get down to 5 miles per hour. Just slow roll it all the way across Florida. This is definitely slow rolling it. Hey, Jeremy, how's it going, brother? How about a radar that includes Orlando? You don't have anything yet. You got some storms breaking up before they come to you. This patch right here looks like it'll make it to you maybe in a half an hour. Maybe a little longer. Just gotta wait for these bands to come northern. They're not moving fast at all. It's gonna be a minute. That's for sure. Y'all crack me up, man. Hmm. Yeah, don't let your guard down. Yeah, only update I see was update on the rainfall. That's all I saw. Yes, I am Cajun coon ass 100%, brother. Born in New Orleans, Kinnerm, Metairie, Mandeville most of my life. North Shore. California schools check you for knives. If you don't have one, they give you one. That's funny. Yeah, I believe it will downgrade. Just 3, I think will diminish down to a maybe high end 2. I don't think that will stay a 3. Mostly because this eye is having problems staying together to intensify or keep its strength. It's moving away from the deep ocean heat content. So how can it intensify? There's no high ridge that it's riding up. You went to Mandeville High, so did I. Graduated in 92. Then I went to SLU. God bless you, Rachel. Thank you, sis. I'm still seeing that power video over here on the Twitter. That was amazing, all that blowing off. Some strong winds. This is a crawls snail pace, man. Nothing but rain. Got some wind moving in, but nothing but rain mostly. You know, you got Cape Coral over here. You got the 50 miles per hour wind gusts. Going all the way up to Inglewood. Slowly making its way towards Sarasota. Okeechobee's getting some. I don't believe the speed. It says 10 miles per hour north. It's been saying that for the last couple of hours. High tide is at 4:30 p.m. I know it's supposed to be landfall, I believe, was at 8. Yeah, earliest was 2 a.m. Obviously, we're not hitting that. Most likely... It's at 2 a.m. I mean, it's coming on a little bit at 2 a.m., but it's not going to be the eye. I saw the eye was somewhere between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. You know, y'all could hate all you want. It don't bother me none. Because I'm not going nowhere. You be going somewhere. Still got a smile on my face. West Palm Beach, you got some cells coming your way soon. They are bringing some wind gusts with them, 50 miles per hour, high 40s. Is that a... No, it disappeared. Yes. But these cells don't look super strong for West Palm Beach. But when these come over later on, it could be an issue. That's the bad part about being on the coast, because all these cells has to come through y'all to go over land. Yay. Who says landfall's in an hour as a Cat 4? Who told you that? That was old news. They done changed that. They had a 4 out here, and where this 1 is, they had a 3, and they downgraded all that. And it's not looking like it's going to be a 4. Media news. Media news. How big are the tops, though? See, it's still growing only by the southwest of the eye, and it's been like that all night. It's been having problems growing on the eastern side of this system. Power check. Miami-Dade, 15,900. Broward is almost 9,000. What app am I using? Which one? For the radar? How accurate is the system? Well, this is National Hurricane. This is National Hurricane Center forecast cone. That's all their official information coming with it. And we have spaghetti models too, the ensembles. Most of them show us turning. But this is about as official as it gets. This is National Hurricane Center information. That's where the cone always comes from, National Hurricane Center. Usually they go with the Euro, but they just pick whichever model they believe in the best. Because I've seen them go to GFS, Icon, HRRR. It depends which one is more likely the outcome of what they're seeing. Is that strengthening back up again? On the eastern. It's trying. It's been having problems all night with this section, with the eastern section of the eye wall. And that's been keeping it weak the whole time. I think there's a chance it could downgrade a little bit more. I think this 3 would maybe go down to a 2. And then that 1 maybe closer is what I'm thinking. Yeah. Man, Euro saw this almost a month ago. Control model of the ensembles on the Euro saw it going right into the Gulf about a week later than it's going in, but it saw it around this time. A Euro is really accurate. I wouldn't change a thing. I think it's a really good model. Definitely beats the GFS all year. GFS just been on vacation. You don't have a clue what's going on. No, it's getting close to Cape Coral. It's getting close. It's still not quite there yet, but it's making its way. Maybe this part, after this finishes circling around, they might get hit with this part of it because it's still a while away. Maybe from here. But it's coming. Got a little bit of winds with it. Hope if some of y'all have school today, I hope y'all don't have school today. Otherwise, you will not make it. Have I done any storm chasing? No. I never had time. I was always busy working 2 or 3 jobs. I never could do any of that. I've seen the ones that do it. I mean, they do a great job. Now I see others spend tons of money on stuff to do that and don't do it. So they just they want the name, you know. I'm a storm chaser. Okay, what have you chased? Nothing? No, I wouldn't want that job. If I'm going to pick a dangerous job, I'd pick something else. I would have stayed in the military if I wanted a dangerous job. You're pretty much a pawn in the military. Oh, he got shot. Well, put another one up there. Send him home. They don't care. They don't care. You're a pawn. I don't see it going north of Cape Coral. I see it coming in right either at Cape Coral, maybe even a little bit above it, but not much. It's definitely not going past Sarasota. It's definitely not going to Tampa. Somewhere in between Port Charlotte and Cape Coral is where I think it is going to be hitting. I think it hit more on the southern side, but if it does do that western wobble, it will be a little bit more northern, like Port Charlotte. That's a fact. Excuse me. Remind sailors to wear life jackets. Yeah, it's getting weaker. It's not going to make it. It's getting away from that deep ocean heat content. It's getting hit with like 30 to 40 knot wind shear. It's really getting pounded on. No, I'm definitely not saying you have to work tomorrow. You probably won't have power at work tomorrow. That's the way it was looking. Because as soon as this goes through, I mean, a lot of y'all are going to be without power for a few days. I mean, I know some of you might like it. Hey, no school, no this. No hot water, no electricity, no cooking unless you do it old-fashioned. It's a lot of downfalls. A lot of downfalls and no power. Wow. Even when it's going down, they're required to be on site, dude. That's terrible. That makes no sense. You know, it costs to be the boss. That's how it is. You can be the boss. You're going to be the one showing up. So I can see intensity coming down. Still got 35,000 without power. I can see intensity coming down. The rainfall came down. Looks like that dry air will be doing something with that shear because it's definitely giving it issues. How many miles from land is I don't know. This don't measure that. I'd have to open up another program and measure that. The way it keeps going, this eastern side of the wall, which is what's coming that way, is the weakest. This is where everything's going to get decayed from that dry air. The northern side, where you're going to be getting all the rainfall, the Sarasota, maybe even up by Port Charlotte, that's where a lot of the heavy rain is going to be from this just dragging across. And the winds and the surge is going to be all down here. Remember to check on your elderly neighbors, guys. A lot of them couldn't make it out. They don't know what to do. They don't have a ride. Some of them don't even have family. So just make sure people are taken care of. If I had to eat rabbit or squirrel, which one was better? That's my dad. My dad was 100% Cajun, man. I didn't eat rabbit. I didn't eat squirrel. I shot an animal once when I was younger, and it bothered me. So I'm not a hunter. I don't like killing animals. I don't get down on that. I wouldn't eat a rabbit or a squirrel. Everybody else, they like it. They can do their thing. It's not for me. Not for me. You had squirrel before? Was it like gamey taste, like wild? Or did you soak it in buttermilk like deer or something? That's just too much. Squirrel. It's looking pretty weak out there, isn't it? It's not looking too healthy of a system. Yeah, I'm up. See how southern Florida don't have anything going on now? You got a cell about to pass through. You're pretty bare down there. TWC says wobbling north and to the east. That would put it somewhere in between Port Charlotte and Cape Coral for landfall. Your husband's lazy? Yes, yellow is worse than green, red is worse than yellow, and that dark black is worse than red. You can see up here the colored legend up here. You got the green, the yellow, then the red, then the darker. You have 8 dogs. If things get real bad, you'll eat them. Could you really? After feeding them and petting them, you could eat them? Wow. I don't think I could do that. A Dutch Hound, no, one of the little wiener dogs. I had a 150-pound Great Dane, black, pointy ears. He was beautiful. It was just like Scooby-Doo, man. That was my kind of dog. It was nice. What are you talking about, Brandon? I got my solar generator, man. I got me one of those Blue Yetis. I got one of those. I got that a while back, so if I ever did lose power, seize it, I don't know. But I got one just in case. Now it's getting really broad. The eye is getting really broad. System's weakening a little bit, guys. Stream lagging? It shouldn't be. Yeah, no, stream says excellent connection. Squirrel is good, kind of tough. If you had to eat Taco Bell, would you use mild, fire, or Diablo? I use mild. I love Taco Bell. I think Taco Bell's awesome. That's just me. I mean, I just love tacos. It's a great meal. Looks like it's kind of stationary at the moment. Looks kind of stationary at the moment. I mean, it's trying to get a center, but it can't get it all the way around. It's been having problems the whole night. Now it's getting a broad eye again. To me, that's not intensifying towards staying a 3 or being a 3. Yeah, Taco Bell's the best. I see this as weakening down. I think that it's going to go down to a high-end Cat 2, not a 3. We'll see what they do. They're professionals, but it looks like it's weakening to me some. Yeah, no updates. Taco Bell hot sauce on the squirrel. No, I don't think that would help for me. You think it's eye replacement? Eye replacement would make sense if it was intensifying. But all the ocean, deep ocean heat content goes this way. And this storm went this way. So once it got away from right here, the rest of it was cooler waters and not such a hostile environment with a lot of heat. It's more like going towards cooler waters with shear hitting it and dry air trying to get inside of it. That's what it looks like. I mean, you can see it trying to intensify. You can see the last shot. You can see it's kind of like it's peeling out everywhere. There's a bunch of spurts everywhere. So it's strong. It's trying to get strong, but now it's going up a shallow shelf. So there's no upwelling. There's no deep layer of ocean heat to pull from. It's getting shallower and shallower the closer it gets to Florida. Yeah, it's being destroyed by the dry air. Give it time. The models did show that it was going to eat on the southern side of the eye and just decay it away. Still have northerly impacts, though. Big impacts to the north. The latest update from NHC was less rainfall, and that's all I saw. The rainfall totals changed, and that's all I saw with it was less rainfall. See? Instead of all this being pink like it was earlier, they backed it all away. That's all I see for the update. I didn't get much out of all that. Excuse me. Yeah, it's still showing 121 miles per hour to me at 9:53, so it still shows that. 10 miles per hour is still showing 10 miles per hour to the north, but it's actually going northeast. I don't trust that information right there. I think that's old information. You think so? Northwest Cape, you just starting to get some lightning in? High 40 miles per hour wind gusts coming with it. Yeah, South Carolina is in a slight risk with a moderate for the coast. They're supposed to be getting somewheres around 6 inches of rainfall. It's a lot. And all the foothills that South Carolina has, that could really cause problems for the valleys. So we'll see. A lot of mountains, a lot of foothills in South Carolina. I lived there for 10 years. No, they don't. They don't update it every hour. There's just certain times that they update it. Now, if something important comes across, then they'll do an update in between. They don't. They don't update it every hour. Yeah, this eye wall is not looking super strong. It had some moments earlier, but it's been looking weak lately. The whole eastern side been having problems all night. I don't think it has time to especially intensify. Don't it look smaller and weaker to y'all? Don't it just seem smaller, weaker of a system? It just doesn't look like a major hurricane to me. That don't say major hurricane. They got something brewing in MDR, but it's not going nowhere. I seen a piece of the tropical wave makes it to maybe the Bahamas down the road. It's something to check on a little later, but nothing right now. Matter of fact, let me see what they have in store for that. Euro is showing, let me see if I can show this. I'm going to move it over. It won't let me. Euro is showing that maybe we have something else coming around the 13th of October. But other than that, not much going on as far as coming off the MDR. I think I'm going to go make a sandwich real quick or something. Just to keep food energized in my belly. Other than that, it's kind of boring. Just watching paint dry. It's just what? All right. I'm going to make a sandwich. I'll be back 2 minutes. Won't be long. All right. I'll be right back. All right. Not much has changed at all. This is slow moving. I saw somebody talking about was it Danny Duncan his name? What did he do? Is he all right? I saw you. It's a crazy little guy. That is a crazy little guy. Oh, you were kidding about Danny? Oh. This is slow moving. This is literally going to take... It's going to take another 4 hours for this eye to move this way. At least 4 to 5 hours. PB&J adds 36 minutes to your life. All right, let's see. We got some Recon. Oh, we got 93, 120, 115, 121, 122. Yeah, it's definitely the north side has 122 is the highest. The north side is definitely the strongest side. It's still showing major hurricane according to the Recon. Don't look like one. I mean, look at it. That eye is getting too big and too broad. No changes. Yeah, that's what the HRRR showed earlier, that this finally collapses down, but it tries to re-strengthen on the last frame. That's what we saw earlier. We'll see what comes out of it. Storms are going up by Daytona Beach. Storms are starting to get close towards Tampa. Starting to get your storms coming your way. Just let this line move a little further north. Not seeing it. The bigger the eye usually means that it is weakening a little bit, but at the same time, when it gets so broad like this, it gives it a thicker onshore flooding for a storm surge. So instead of covering a little area, it'll cover a bigger area because the eye is bigger. So that'd be worse on the storm surge, better on the strength because it would weaken down because of that. Nice. Yeah, don't be anxious, Matt. Calm down, bro, and just take it as it comes. No point in getting it all hyped up and get you all nervous for nothing that you can change. Because you getting all messed up isn't going to change anything. It's just going to mess you up. So don't let it mess you up. It's been having all problems on the east side of that eye all night. Yeah, it looks like it's weakening to me. You're starting to lose some of your thunderstorm activity on the north side. See how that weakens up right there on that last few shots? It's nice and strong, but then the north side of it really weakens down right here. While you have the east side of your eye right here really having a problem. I don't see it intensifying. I see it doing exactly the opposite. Now, when you look at it on infrared, it looks a little bit different. Infrared looks a little more serious. Let me turn this off so you can see it. See, infrared, it looks a little bit more serious than what we can see. But you can see the purple right there, all the heavy rains. And that's where it's been strong all night. The southwest corner, it's been strong all night. Well, that looks dramatic, don't it? Turn you off. Is that more Recon? I just don't see the Cat 3 happen. We'll see. I just don't see it happen. I see it going the other way. Yeah, location changed and rainfall totals changed. That was it. I think this is going to wind for a few more hours, guys. I think I've been up 24 hours. This is going pretty slow. I wanted to stay up the whole time. This is getting pretty boring, to be honest with you. I think I can go sleep for about 3 hours and come back, and this eye will still be right here along the edge of the coast, just starting to make all the big impacts. It is. It's just like watching paint dry. It's like, it's just very agonizing. Usually it's not this slow. This thing is crawling. And it's still torn up on the east side of the eye wall. So yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I'll take a few hours nap and get right back on and see what happens. How's power doing? 33,000. All right. That sounds good, guys. So what I'm going to do, like I do in all my videos, read a word from our good book before we go. And I'm going to read to you Psalm 56. That's a good one. Be merciful unto me, O God, for a man would swallow me up. He fighting daily oppresseth me. Mine enemies would daily swallow me up. For they be many that fight against me, O thou most high. What time I am afraid, I will trust in thee. In God I will praise his word. In God I have put my trust. I will not fear what flesh can do unto me. Every day they wrest my words. All their thoughts are against me for evil. They gather themselves together, they hide themselves. They mark my steps when they wait for my soul. Shall they escape by iniquity? In thine anger cast down the people, O God. Thou tellest my wanderings, put thou my tears into thy bottle. Are they not in thy book? When I cry unto thee, then shall mine enemies turn back. This I know, for God is for me. In God will I praise his word. In the Lord will I praise his word. In God have I put my trust. I will not be afraid what man can do unto me. Thy vows are upon me, O God. I will render praises unto thee. For thou hast delivered my soul from death. Wilt not thou deliver my feet from falling, that I may walk before God in the light of the living? Amen. God bless you all. May you all have a very blessed night. I'll be back on and we'll follow this all evening. Hopefully they keep on y'all power so this problem doesn't get any worse. Sure is a slow crawler. All glory does go to God, our Father in heaven. And may He keep you all protected and your power restored as you deal with this. I think it's going to be a big flooding event. Have a very great night, a very great morning, and God bless you all. Amen. Hallelujah. Have a great night, everybody. Thank you so much for your support. I will see you after I get up. God bless everybody.